everything is good here. Hold on, let me make sure we're live on my end. And then I will get it to this. Let's see. I want to make sure we're good. Alright, cool. Up, Buddy Nerdigans. This is the one and only Packer Girl 89 of Nerdigans Inc. And the war on censorship has escalated. But before we get into this jam-packed stream, we're at war with YouTube's algorithm, and frankly Twitter's algorithm too. And it's slowly but surely killing my channel. And in order to defeat the algorithmic beast, we need you to please hit that like, share, and subscribe buttons. And because of course this channel, let alone this video/live stream, are not sponsored. If you are loving what we're doing and want to help keep me, my adorable Will Bubba Kitty somewhere around here, and this operation, well, literally alive and kicking, so we can keep bringing you more anime and manga content, whether it be live reactions or news analysis and live streams like this video, feel free to hit up our Cash App, PayPal, and Coffee. Links are in the description box below, as well as a link to our Patreon where we are doing our anime live reaction content, because unlike YouTube, where we constantly have to worry about getting a copyright strike for showing anything on the screen, well, Patreon, we don't have to worry about that. So we can have our full setup of the anime and manga side by side and have the audio to boot, which is not only great for busting a botch localization or two, but it's great for when we cover anime original content like we did with Dragon Ball Daima, which we covered in both the sub and the dub. And the more views and subscribers we get on Patreon, the more anime we'll cover. And hell, if you upgrade to the $10 tier subscription, you get to choose the series we cover as well. And there is a stacked summer anime season in full swing, in which we're covering Witch Watch, Takabi's Original Sin, which ends tomorrow, Togenanki, Gachiakuda, as well as the second seasons of A Couple of Cuckoos, My Dress Up Darling, and Dandadam, which we covered earlier today. And there's even more on the way, so please check out our Patreon. The link is in the description box below. So, oh my god, I really hope this stream doesn't bomb, because rent is due like this weekend, and yeah, it's really not looking good for me and the kitty. And if you want to help us out, please donate to, as I mentioned before, our Cash App, PayPal, and Coffee. That's preferred over Super Chats because of YouTube's payment system, unfortunately. It is a pain in the ass. So what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to go over, before we get into like the hardcore, like UK law and stuff like that, I do want to go over some, you know, anime and manga and manga news real fast. Like, for example, this broke like earlier today, or well, yesterday, excuse me, broke yesterday. But Solo Leveling Ragnarok is finally coming back with season 2. We already knew it was going to happen anyway, but just seeing this here from DNC Webtoon like really gets me hyped. I'm not gonna lie. The other thing that happened earlier today is, this is, as I say here, it's hot off the heels of Burger King's Naruto Kids Meal toy collab. McDonald's is getting in with the Hello Kitty and TMNT collab, which I think is very, very fascinating. And earlier today, and this is when I was covering One Piece, we got the Weekly Shonen Jump and Pokemon collab, which I freaking love. I love this so much. Like, Akane having a Wobbuffet kind of is cool, but like I kind of wish it was a Mime Jr. instead. I think a couple of other favorites of mine, hands down, are Nico with the Clefairy. I think that's really cute. And Tokiyuki with Eevee, which is everything. I love it so much. And also Roboco with Mega Blaziken. Like, that just sends me. I love it. I don't understand why Ichi has Galad of all people, or of all Pokemon. I think they could have done something better for Ichi, in my opinion. Like, they could have done Alakazam or something like that, and that would have been sickening. But anyways, let me know, like, which one do you like the best in terms of the Pokemon collab. The other one I got a problem with is with Chihiro. Chihiro should not be having a Tepig. He should be having a Scyther. Like, why is it not a Scyther? That, oh god, it just baffles me. Ooh. Mike Lee is dead. I become one of the Book of Mormon now, and I'm the collective Karens of Australia. That's awesome. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah, I'm surprised no one's here yet either, to be honest. What's the other thing? We'll get to. We also got like new trailers for Dead Account, and teaser visuals, which I'm actually looking forward to. I am going to reread / catch up with Dead Account because I covered a few chapters, but then I dropped it. So I'm going to catch up with Dead Account and start covering it again. And probably one of the biggest manga news or anime news of the day is Akane Banashi anime adaptation upcoming, judging from a new web domain, akanebanashi.com. Thank God. Like, we have been waiting ages for this. I didn't think an Akane Banashi anime was going to get announced until Jump Festa, to be honest. But, yeah, if you have not read Akane Banashi, why? It is so good. I just hope a good studio gets it and not JC staff. And then, also, another thing that happened today was we got more info on the Undead Unluck 1 hour special trailer with the trailer and a key visual. It's going to be, according to the Undead Unluck Twitter, that it's about Huize's justice and Billy's betrayal. So I'm guessing it's going to be, if the key, it's got to be the battle that they have up in Alaska in the North Pole. I think that's what it is. But I'm so looking forward to that. That's going to be interesting. But we also have the production team, which people have been saying was changed. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. So we got, here's the production team here. And I think what's going on, because a lot of people are like, what about, where are the people from David Productions? Well, according to some users I talked to on Twitter, basically what's going on is David Productions, at least from what I understand, is prioritizing Fire Force over Undead Unluck. And also, kind of like with what happened with Fire Force, a lot of key animators left too, which is a damn shame. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Undead Unluck looks like, or what it looks like. Let's see. Oh, so we got an early inside look of a Black Clover that's coming out this upcoming month. And yeah, it says here, according to the Sleeker, it's finally the ultimate showdown. Asta and Yuno versus Magic Emperor Lucius. An overwhelming power is about to collide. Shock unfolds. I really hope that Black Clover isn't ending like this year. No, Black Clover not going to end this year because it's quarterly. And remember, that means we're getting I think we're getting 3 chapters this month. Yeah, this upcoming month. So it'll be interesting to see how this battle's gonna go. I really hope Black Clover's not ending this year. No. I hope. Well, obviously it's not ending this year. It's gonna probably be ending next year. Also, in terms of localization, we got a couple of things here. So, Orange, who has been doing AI localizations for manga lately, they have acquired 2.5 billion yen in loans from 4 different banks. The Shoko Chukun Bank, Mitsubishi UFG Bank, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, and Mizuho Bank. And basically the funds raised from through this loan will be used to expand the user base on their manga app Emaki, which, by the way, Viz's latest localization, according to Manga Alerts, came from Emaki. So, yeah, Viz is getting in on the AI localizations now. Go figure, because for those of you that don't know, Manga Plus, some of the Manga Plus originals do have, or when I say originals, Manga Plus exclusives do have AI localization up in there. But what they do in terms of the Weekly Shonen Jump chapters, which really annoys the hell out of me, is they have Viz's localizations on there, which again bothers me. I don't understand why they can't just do their own. It just make things so much easier, and we'd have better manga translations too. But yeah, and this is what Orange is planning to do. There's plan to strengthening the production system and translation infrastructure to increase the number of official translations of untranslated works and improve their quality. That is something that I know a lot of people want. We want more untranslated works. We do. I kind of wish we'd have it more fan scan laters. I prefer them, but they're going to be improving quality by hiring and training specialized personnel such as translators and retouchers, which is definitely what they need, and increase awareness of Imaki and accelerate promotion of streaming content. And what they're saying here is we aim to deliver more untranslated works to manga fans around the world as officially translated versions faster and with higher quality. That, if you could get them motherfuckers to shut up, that'd be nice. While also contributing to the prevention of piracy and returning fair profits to creators and publishers. Which is, let's be real, what all of us want. And yeah, as long as there's no botchery happening there, I will be happy. If there's a difference between, I want to emphasize this, there's a difference between like typos and grammar errors versus something like what you see Katrina do in terms of botchery. And like grammar and stuff can be fixed, and I could deal with it. It'll piss me off that people are getting paid for this, or I'll be mad more so at the editors for not catching it. But still, whereas when you botch something like Katrina does, it is the most annoying and frustrating thing ever. And that like has to be redone, period. And one of my friends who is a professional translator has had to redo not Katrina's localizations, but like really bad localizations. Oh my god, they are botched to hell. Oh, a $10 donation. Thank you. I'm telling you, please donate through the Patreon, or not Patreon, I'm sorry. Well, Patreon is a good one too. But please donate through the Ko-fi, the Cash App, and the PayPal, because I need to be able to pay my rent, and Super Chats I won't get until next month. But alright, I get a double shot. Woohoo! Ugh. Shalom, Liam. Man, maybe I should have bought another bottle of vodka before I started, because I don't have much left. But I didn't know what to expect. Alrighty, hold on. Ugh. Woo! Oh, did I get something on PayPal too? Yeah, please donate to my PayPal. Like, PayPal should be working again. From what I've seen, it is working because I've gotten donations via PayPal. So, yeah, everything links are in the description box, or not just in the description box, but they're in the pinned message. There we go. But this is what the CEO said for Orange. They said, since our founding, we have aimed to create a society where everyone around the world can enjoy manga in their own native language. To achieve this, we are taking on two major challenges. The first, to promote high-quality localization by a translation team specializing in manga. This is what we want, thank you. The second is to deliver works to the world through the manga app Imaki, which, let's be real, people are going to just take it and put it on pirate sites. Let's be freaking clear. The translation team is made up of a diverse range of professionals, including translators, retouchers, letterers, and designers, and they aim to achieve high-quality localization while increasing efficiency through their unique AI-powered tools. And going forward, they plan to further evolve their tools and expand their team of around 50 people. Ooh, so there's only 50 people doing this right now, in order to deliver even more works to the world more quickly. So Imaki launched back in May 2025, and now it's entering a phase of full-scale awareness expansion and user acquisition. In addition to North America, we are also considering expanding into English-speaking and other language-speaking countries with the aim of expanding our global fan base. Hey, as long as they're giving us quality localizations, I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I would rather have an accurate localization / translation if it's using AI, which I would prefer it not. And it seems like we're going to get more humans here, which is nice, but I prefer humans over AI. But I mean, what are you going to do? Like, a lot of these professional localizers are fucking assholes, and they're putting memes and their politics and fan fiction into works, which is a huge problem. But anyways, as you can see, our challenge has only just begun. We are truly grateful for the support we have received from one of Japan's leading financial institutions. And to meet these expectations, the entire team will work together to accelerate our efforts toward our mission of delivering manga to the world. We'll see what happens with this. I'm really, really curious what other works we're getting. I know there's more Shigakukan works as the major focus. Let's see. where's the other thing that I had here? Oh, we'll go over that in a little, that later. We got a lot, see, as you can see in my bookmarks, we got a lot of stuff to cover. We do. Oh, wait till you see it, like, in my, I made a folder in my tabs specifically for all this, and look at that. Look at all the stuff we'll be covering. Yeah, we got a lot. Because I have the laws here. Let me make sure. Okay, I think I got everything anime and manga out of the way. I just want to make sure. Oh, we'll talk about what the Japanese are doing as well. Oh, let's get in. No, that's not the one I'm looking for in terms of the China stuff. There's a couple of things from China. Oh, there's this. So another French pirate site got taken down. So the French courts ordered the blocking of major French manga site JapScan. All right, let's take a look at this. Because this is another problem too. So on July 23rd, the Syndicate National de l'Edition and 9 of its members obtained the site blocking of JapScan, which had allowed hundreds of thousands to illegally consult many manga and comic titles, and specialized in manga, manhwas, which are manhwas are Chinese comics, and JapScan offered nearly 13,000 unlicensed titles with more than 690,000 unique visitors per month in France. Book piracy is particularly worrying phenomenon in the manga sector, with 83% of readers visiting pirate sites, according to the 2025 Manga.io study. And this phenomenon directly impacts publisher sales in a declining market. Oh man, I think I still have the bookmark for that too. Yeah, there was something sus going on at Comic-Con in regards to manga publishing. We'll get to that in a bit. I gotta find it though. Let's see. Yeah, in 2024, sales in manga publishing sector decreased 9.3% in volume. And Vincent Montag, there we go, president of the Syndicate National de l'Edition, stated, "The Syndicate National de l'Edition is actively fighting against piracy, as demonstrated by 2 court victories blocking Z Library." Whoa, this new success further shows our desire to defend copyright whenever it is threatened. And Benoit Paulet, president of the manga group of Syndicate National de l'Edition, added, "All the publishers of the manga group are united in this unprecedented legal action to fight against piracy and contribute collectively to all initiatives that will make the 7 million manga readers aware of these illegal practices." Motherfucker, we already know that it's technically illegal. We know about this shit with piracy. But in the case of French manga readers, that's just one site. There's plenty of sites for them to go on. There are. I know of quite a few of them. I have like a few of them bookmarked, actually. After bringing several cases against Z Library, the Syndicate National de l'Edition continues to strengthen its strategy against counterfeit sites. Counterfeit is one thing, okay? Counterfeit is a problem, especially when it comes to physical editions, according to users in Japan, Twitter users in Japan. It's a problem. But these aren't counterfeit. These aren't counterfeit. I'm sorry. Like, what you see on scanlations are actually authentic. Usually, what happens is the person that's doing the scanlation buys the actual volume, or in the case of like K-manga, for example, K-manga chapters, they buy the actual chapters and then upload them. So it's not counterfeit, but whatever. Let's see. Okay, regardless of their size, the complexity of their organization, or their desire to maintain or even expand their audience at the expense of development of legal platforms, and the Syndicate National de l'Edition requests that professional organizations can use ARCOM, the French telecoms regulator, to extend site blocks to all relevant domain names. Dude, it's not going to happen. Dude, good luck with that. There's just going to be more pirate sites rising up from this. This is already provided for in Article L331-27 of the Intellectual Property Code, but a review of this article is urgently needed to remove its current limits. The S&E notes that French publishing is investing heavily to allow broad public access to digital books through many legal retail services, and book piracy affects the remuneration of creators, authors, and publishers. If they're unlicensed, it really doesn't. Seriously. But in the case of France, though, France has a lot more titles licensed than we do here in the U.S., so I can kind of understand it a little bit. I can, but at the same time, it's like, dude, like if there's licensed titles, that's one thing, okay? If they aren't licensed, then I mean, that's really fucked up to take it down if it's unlicensed. Like what we saw with Manga Dex with, like, say, the One Punch Man webcomic. That isn't licensed. Jujutsu no Roken, it ain't licensed. Just a couple examples. Let's see. But this is awesome, though, what they're trying to do. The French publishing is investing heavily to allow broad public access to digital books through many legal retail services. That's good. If it's free access, especially. Book piracy affects the remuneration of creators, authors, and publishers. It is a threat to the entire book ecosystem, especially book. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about the booksellers. It harms cultural diversity. So here's the thing with this, okay, is that from what I've heard with my French, with some French Twitter users, is that the French like prioritizing having physical releases. So yeah, I can kind of understand it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, license more titles. It's U.S. and needs to license more titles. The French have a lot of titles licensed. They need to keep licensing them. That's what they just need to do and make it easier for the French populace to access them. Yay! Yeah, it's called JapScan. Speaking like a translator for a week would drive me up the wall. I'd like the hey Nerdigans big sis, what's that OF to? CP cringe. Oh man, speaking of, we saw cringe in today's Dan to Dan localization. But this is what I was talking about here in regards to Orange. That Viz is uploading Orange scans onto Viz Manga. Is this. It says, so this is what Manga Alert says. So upon further investigation, Viz Media added an AI translated manga to their Viz app. It's listed as translation and lettering provided by Shigakukan, but it's the exact same version that's available on Imaki2 Viz. You guys thought you'd get away with that. That I thought was fucking hilarious. There's more to this too. Hold on a sec. Here we go. See. If there's a saving grace to this, if Viz Media does announce they acquire the license, they'd more than likely replace this version with their own translation as the print volumes release, which is true. I know that they do that for, like, say, Marriage Toxin, for example, which was originally on Manga Plus. They do their own translation. They don't use the Manga Plus translation. So, yeah, they'll do their own translation if it gets a physical release. This was done with Fool's Night when the original release was done by Shigakukan Asia. And then, yeah, as expected, the localizers are mad. They are so pissed. David Evelyn said this: "You best believe I have a strongly worded email in my drafts folder to my editors. And by the way, David Evelyn is one of Katrina's ilk." And then this is a letterer that said this, and this letterer blocked me. So I will 100% be writing emails to my editors about how much this blows. And you should also complain to Viz about using AI translated lettered manga. Nah, we should be complaining about the botched localizations that Viz is putting out. Jujutsu Kaisen is the worst one of them. That's the worst offender is Jujutsu Kaisen. There's also Dan to Dan has some problems, but damn, Ruri Dragon and Witch Watch are really, really, really bad. Especially Ruri Dragon. Holy fuck, that is so cringe. Whether part of it is AI doesn't matter. Whatever part of it is AI doesn't matter. It's cheap. It's exploitive. And if you're gonna pay a subscription, you should have products handled by people that care. And they should clear that. Say, I agree with this last part though. I do. People handled by people that care. Yeah, we know quite a few localizers that don't give a fuck. We shouldn't let them handle it. But I do agree with this part specifically that they should clear that it's AI. I think that's very important to do that. Again, to be fair, Manga Plus doesn't do that. When they use AI localizations, they tell you who it is that does it. And like if you see Orange or there's another one too that they use. I can't think of it off the top of my head. You'll know that it is done by AI. They should be clear. Falsely advertising by not addressing this is AI ruins the credit of actual translators and letterers who work hard to give you amazing work. Again, I agree with that. I do. That's the one thing I think Viz really screwed the pooch on, is not saying that it is an AI localization. That's the problem. At least in my opinion, that is the problem. I wish more people would, like, I wish I wasn't the only one that was raising a hullabaloo about Viz's problems. But also, I do, of course, want to mention, before we get into the sad news in terms of manga, I do want to mention this because I thought this was cute, that Arushibara, the Togen Anki mangaka, he's such a proud papa. Like, he adjusted his schedule to be with his kid, who his wife had, like, earlier this year. He said this: my child's arms are nicely turning into pull-apart bread, and their hands are becoming cream buns, and Papa is grinning. Arms that sweet tooth Jin would probably like. I thought that was so cute. It was very, very cute. Where's Zeno? I don't know where Zeno is. He's somewhere around here. I really do like. I really do enjoy seeing those localizers seething at the news that they're being replaced. And I agree that, and also Shadow, that was Kenneth that said that. And then Shadow says here, I agree that they should be handled by people who care. Unfortunately, most localizers don't care about the original work. They only care about changing the things they don't like. Here's the thing, and that's actually, from what I've heard through the grapevine, it's mostly a toxic minority, vocal toxic minority that's doing that. Cough, cough, Katrina. It's like, for example, the Windbreaker localizer does a really fantastic job. A lot of the K-manga localizers do a really nice job. There's some questionable things from time to time. Like, I've seen, like, cringe, and I've seen really, really weird shit up in there. But, yeah, for the most part, they do a good job. I think it's not just the localizers, it also comes down to the editors as well. But now let's get to a little bit of sad news. If you're a 100 Girlfriends reader, like I am, and I cover 100 Girlfriends on my channel, is that the mangaka Yukiko Nozawa said this. In fact, I was hospitalized and underwent surgery around spring, which is, I think, the same time that the Black Lagoon mangaka, Ray Hiroe, was hospitalized and had surgery. And afterward, I continued to work without any issues, but my body hasn't quite fully recovered. To keep up with the marathon that is serialization in the future, I've requested to take a break from drawing illustrations. I'd be grateful if you could wait a bit, as I plan to resume creating new content once I've recovered. As for the weekly serialization, the pace remains unchanged at one break every 5.4 weeks. So I think there's no problem there. I'm sorry for causing concern about the work, but I hope for your continued support going forward. It's nuts. This is the second mangaka that at least I know of having been hospitalized and having surgery. In the case of Haraway, though, they've been struggling for a minute to get their manga done, to get Black Lagoon done. It's really a shame. And obviously, we know the tales of of Hunter x Hunter mangaka Tagashi and stuff like that too. But yeah, it's really, really heartbreaking. Let's see. This is stuff we'll get to a little bit later. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, we'll get to that. This will be done last. This stuff, we'll do that later. Let's see if I'm missing anything else here in terms of anime and manga. I don't think I am. Oh, speaking of Viz localizers, look what we got here. So here, this is at the end of the most recent chapter. In terms of like family/death, they call themselves she, which the French translation note says is that's basically death. And the Spanish version says muerte, which is obviously death. I would prefer she, though. And then here, instead of death, they say a little d. I do not understand these Viz localizers. Chainsaw Man's localization is very hit or miss. It's not like Ruri Dragon or... Ruri Dragon is just bad, period. That's probably the worst of the botched localizations I'm covering right now that I could think of. Witch Watch is bad, but, oh god, Ruri Dragon is at another level of cringe. But Chainsaw Man and Danadan are very hit or miss with their localization. But fuck you, Viz, for doing that. Seriously, fuck you, Viz. Let's see if there's anything else I'm missing before we get into the itch.io stuff. Okay, so we'll get into the breaking news for the itch.io stuff in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else here. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, alright, so let's get into this itch.io update here. Because I think I covered this last week. Right? Yeah, I think I covered this last week. But this, though, is a different story here. So basically, last week, itch.io confirmed that we have de-indexed all adult not safe for work content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io, and I got to check my coffee in a second to see what's going on there. Let's see. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io, directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. Oh, which we do have that timeline, by the way. We'll get to that. Our ability to process payments is critical for every creator on our platform. To ensure that we can continue to operate and provide a marketplace for all developers, we must prioritize our relationship with our payment partners and take immediate steps towards compliance. This is a time critical. Oh my God damn you, itch.io. This is a critical moment or critical time for itch.io. The situation developed rapidly and we had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. Unfortunately, this meant it was not realistic to provide creators with advance notice before making this change. We know this is not ideal and we apologize for the abruptness of this change. We are currently conducting a comprehensive audit of content to ensure we can meet the requirements of our payment processors. Pages will remain de-indexed as we complete our review. And once this review is complete, we will introduce new compliance measures. And for not safe for work pages, this will include a new step where creators must confirm that their content is allowable under the policies of the respective payment processors linked to their account. And part of this review will see some pages being permanently removed from itch.io. Affected accounts will be notified via their account's email address and from our support address. You can reply to that email if you have any follow-up questions. And we ask for your patience and understanding as we navigate this challenging period. I'm sorry we cannot share more at this time as we are still getting a full understanding of the situation ourselves, and we will follow up on our blog if the situation changes, which they did right here. And this is the addendum added on July 28th. And we'll get to, after this, we'll get into the breaking news, which itch.io added another update like a little over an hour ago. So this is added on July 28th. So it's an understatement to say that the original announcement received a lot of response. I'm adding an FAQ here to address some of the most common concerns I've seen. So why was itch.io's response greater than Steam's? And the difference in our responses stems from the difference in our platform. Steam is a closed platform where every product page is approved before it appears on the store. And because they were generally aware of the content they host, they could identify and act on specific pages. Itch.io is an open user-generated content platform with over 2 million product pages, and anyone can publish content at any time with minimal barriers. We cannot rely on user-provided tagging to be accurate enough for the target approach, so a broader review was necessary to be thorough. And additionally, itch.io is a small company, both in team size and in transaction volume, compared to a company like Steam, and we have limited ability to push back. So here it is right here. Is PayPal and Stripe. So it's not Visa and MasterCard that are behind it. It's PayPal and Stripe that are behind this. If we lose our ability to accept payments from our partner like PayPal or Stripe, we impact the ability of all creators to do business. Losing PayPal, for instance, would prevent us from sending payouts to many people. Our actions were taken to protect our payment processing abilities for as much of the platform as possible. And here's the timeline for these changes. So the situation is evolving as we await final determinations from our current payment processors, Stripe and PayPal. So yeah, so itch.io, it's not Visa and MasterCard, it's PayPal and Stripe that are behind this. And Stripe is actually a payment processor for Twitter, which I find very odd that Stripe would be doing this to itch.io, but not come after Twitter. There are still unknowns that prevent us from providing a fixed timeline. In the meantime, we are actively reaching out to other payment processors that are more willing to work with this kind of content, which I will give itch.io. That is really, really awesome of them to do. We have suspended the ability to pay with Stripe for 18 plus content for this foreseeable future. And now that I'm thinking about it, Stripe was actually a problem for another manga website. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But yeah, Stripe being the issue here makes complete sense to me. It does. I'm not shocked by it because we've seen them do this with other manga platforms too. Our immediate focus has been on content classification reviews and implementing stricter age gating on the site. Now this is where shit got interesting, okay? Is with this. Yeah, call PayPal and Stripe, call Visa, keep calling Visa and MasterCard. They are definitely the problem. They are. And here's what I found very interesting about the library access. Or not the library access, it was this one on the payouts. We'll get to that in a second. So pages already indexed are still accessible if you own them, which is good. They have not been removed from your library or collections. And some pages have received a content notice, which applies to individual pages where a team has concluded we can no longer support their business. If you previously purchased or received a download key for one of these pages, oh my god, I can't talk. The downloadable files are still available in your library, assuming the creator has not taken down the page or removed the files themselves. And we are aware of some people making claims that content has been removed from their library on social media. If you are one of those people, we strongly urge you to reach out to support so we can understand what exactly you're expecting to see, as none of the changes we've made as part of this review should impact your access to paid products. And regardless of what happens, I personally recommend you maintain control over the content you own. Itch.io is a DRM-free platform from day one for this reason. Download and back up your games and don't let any corporation dictate what you can own. Seriously, if you are on itch.io, or hell, even if you're on Steam, make sure you are downloading your games. Period. Hold on a second. Maybe it wasn't this one that I was thinking of. This is what I was thinking of. We'll get to, this is a mascot for itch.io. Can you elaborate on payouts? So some have noted a rule in our adult content policy about not processing payouts for infringing accounts. This rule has been in place for a long time to address bad actor situations where a user joins the site and blatantly violates our terms to make sales before being banned. There are content types we have there are content types we have always had zero tolerance for. Content with sexualized minors or sexualized real life imagery. What a mask-off moment, isn't it? And also, Gary Del Mercante, your butt buddy Andy Pants got taken down from itch.io for a reason. It's because he was sexualizing minors, technically, including his daughter, which is really fucked up. In those cases, we ban the user, refund payments, and do not honor payouts. Yeah, I'm telling you, he got taken down for a reason. The current situation is a special circumstance. We have no interest in withholding anyone's earnings, oh my god, that is literally why Andy Pants made their fucking itch.io account, was for that. The current situation is a special circumstance. We have no interest in withholding anyone's earnings, and the measures we are taking now are to ensure we do not lose our relationships with our financial partners, which is necessary to continue paying creators without issue. And now this is where it's going to get interesting. Okay, so this is the adult content policy. So our TOS and adult content policy have always included the rule: if you plan to collect money for your content, then you must adhere to the acceptable use policy of all respective payment processors that your account utilizes. Yeah, the Karens explain that. This is vague. The other day we added a specific list of prohibited themes present in card processing networks to help people understand the kinds of things we might be looking for in our review. And we understand the problems that come with a list like this, as it's easy to argue the semantics. We decided it was better to give you more information to work with instead of less, which I think is fair. Even if many of the items on the list can be argued either way, we intend to refine this part of the site with more care, but since there are still unknowns, this is the information we can provide now. I think that's mainly it, right? Let me make sure. Okay, we got that. Okay, so we're done with that. All right. So now that we got the update, the first update from this, let's get into the breaking news in regards to itch.io. So about a little over an hour ago, itch.io posted this on their website. That today we are re-indexing free adult not safe for work content. We are still in ongoing discussions with payment processors and will be reintroducing paid content slowly to ensure we can confidently support the widest range of creators in the long term. It says, no, I've limited the display of replies to prevent off-topic discussion. If you have issues or concerns, you can contact support, or if you want to have a more public discourse, then I recommend creating a topic of general discussion. Should we look at that? Maybe. If you'd like to be eligible for today's reindexing, your page must have the following option checked. The no payments option under the pricing section of your project's edit page in your dashboard. Let's see. If your page is important, if your page uses individually priced files, changing this option will convert those files to be freely available. We currently do not have a support page. We do not support a page configuration that combines owners-only content with a page configured to be fully free with payments disabled. And given the circumstances, we are exploring new ownership. Woo! Exploring new ownership options in the dashboard that may address this. At the moment, though, only enable this option if you intend for all files on your project to be available for free. And we are also implementing a new content warning system for pages tagged as not safe for work. To be eligible for indexing, all page owners will be required to complete this. And this feature is not yet ready, but we will post an update when it is. If your page was previously indexed, you will have a time window to complete this requirement to avoid going in and out of indexing. So this is where it gets interesting. For those who aren't aware, Stripe is one of the payment processors we've used since our early days, and they have provided the pay with card option on our checkout page for over 10 years. And we spoke with Stripe yesterday about their content policies, and they confirmed that they will not be able to support adult content that fits the following definition: content designed for sexual gratification. Oh, God. All right, so let's see what Stripe says here. Stripe asked us to pass along the following message to our users. Stripe is currently unable to support sexually explicit content due to restrictions placed on them by their banking partners. So it's not just Stripe, it's the banking partners. Despite card networks generally supporting adult content with the appropriate registrations, Stripe had indicated that they hope to be able to support adult content in the future. So I got a feeling that Visa might be behind this one. I know Visa works with PayPal. I know that. I gotta wonder if that's the case here with Stripe. We are in the process of talking with other payment partners to accept card payments that Stripe is unable to process. Then that means it's definitely got to be Visa and MasterCard here. We disabled Stripe payments last week on pages identified as having adult not safe for work content. And now that we have a more specific definition from Stripe, we may review that initial list for potential reintroduction. However, our long-term plan is to implement one or more new processes to avoid putting the platform at risk. They should have done that anyway. That was dumb for not doing that. So this is what they say adult not safe for work content is. This is the term we are using for the criteria applied in last week's audit of adult content. It refers to pages that have both the contains sensitive material option checked and tags suggesting adult content, i.e. or e.g. anyway, porn, mature, lewd, erotic, hentai, and fetish. This is nuts. Oh, we got another donation from Kronaka. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at my my coffee in a minute. So yeah. Oh, so Bookwalker I told Bookwalker to prepare for Stripe to pulling out. Yeah. Oh, for sure. But very curious what you guys think of this situation. It obviously means that Stripe is definitely behind this. And there's this too from Miyasuki here, who's the developer of Girls, Girls, Girls Rebirth, said this. Hey everyone, we want to share an important update. Our game Girls, Girls, Girls Rebirth was recently delisted on itch.io. We want to emphasize that our game does not, this is where it gets suspicious. Our game does not contain any adult content or themes that violate payment processor policies. So, gotta wonder if they're gonna go after games, these payment processors are going after games that that are based on title. There we go. Based on title and not based on the content that they have. That's what it seems like to me. Let's see. There was another one too. Because it seems like the Karens are going after horror games. Because we have this here with Vile Exhuman. Exhuman's developer, Kara Cadaver, said this. Let me put this in another window and zoom in. That'll be easier. Or if I can anyway. Oh, come on. Alright, this is what they said. I'm extremely disappointed. I like how they did this though. The image is great. I'm extremely disappointed to let you all know that Vile Exhumed has been fully removed and banned for sale on Steam. So this is Steam. This is not itch.io. DreadXP and I are working actively to make sure that we can make the game available to you ASAP. Next week, you can expect to hear specific details. I want to be clear. Vile Exhumed was not banned of its use of gore and storytelling or the violent themes. It was banned for sexual content with depictions of real people, which if you've played it, you know is all implied, making this all feel even worse. I refuse to censor... Yeah! I refuse to censor or make changes to the game. I will not retell a story about these topics in a way to make people who don't understand it more comfortable. Thank you, Kara! Thank you, Kara, for updates on to know how to play Vile Exhuman. Just follow me and DreadXP on Twitter or join the DreadXP Discord. This is wild, though! I'm telling you, I said this here. I said, watch, you're going to go after the collective shout economic terrorist Karens are going to be coming after Resident Evil and Silent Hill if this is their logic. This is wild. Horror games are not safe. Let's be real. It was never about the children. It was never about the porn. Nah, it wasn't like that at all. All right, let me see what's going on with my coffee. Because I want to make sure I have this done here. Oh, thank you. Of course, Collective Karens of Australia with the $5 donation said, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. This is a quote from Ben Franklin. We need more rabble-rousers like Thomas Paine who defend liberty above all else, even if it costs them their social circles. And also, Kronaka with the $10. Okay, now I gotta take another shot because of that. Oh, I gotta take shot and a half because we got a $5 donation too. So just give me a sec here. Woo! And Kronoka, I need to send you a 2-month sub to Patreon. I'll do that after the stream. So yeah, if you donate, but if you look in the description box, if you donate at least $10, you get a month for Patreon. I need to get channel memberships up now that I know how to do to share the stuff from Patreon on here. Okay, hold on. Woo! All right, here we go. Yeah, fair access to banking accounts. If these people try to continue to ban things, they may end up going after... I don't think they'll go after Mario, in all reality. I think they'll go after Metroid, for sure. Oh, I don't blame. Don't worry about it, Collective Post Karens. I'm just glad that I'm getting donations. That makes me really happy. You have no idea. Because I need to be able to pay my rent. And I also have, I'm lucky my dentist is doing this for me. My dentist is fucking awesome. So what my dentist is doing, because I have to get 2 crowns in my mouth. So what they're doing is, they have given me a payment plan. And I need to make sure I have at least, well, besides my rent, obviously, at least an extra $130 by August 11th to pay for my crowns, or for the first payment of my crowns. Let's see. Is there anything else from here that I need right now? Oh, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so let's take a look at the Karen's timeline here, all right? So I think this is important to cover before we get into the British law, is this. So the Karens, as, they're bragging about taking this victory lap, they revealed the Collective Shout Steam campaign timeline. So I call bullshit on this. So in March 2025, a male gamer notified them via their website about discovering No Mercy on Steam. He emails back and forth with Steam, but they don't take action. And Collective, and this is on March 29th, Collective Shout Team reviews game content and decides to write an article and see if we can support Gamer to have it removed. I call bullshit. That's a lot of bullshit. Who would do that? They say male gamer. You're full of shit, Karens. So then on April 7th, the first blog with the action button launched on April 7th, and supporters emailed Steam about rape incest games, like 3,463 emails sent, and Steam ignored them. And then the Australian Classifications Board pulls No Mercy in Australia on April 8th. So here's the thing with Australia, okay? Like, Australia has censored shit for the longest time, okay? They actually ban anime and manga, and I don't know if they ban light novels, but I know they ban anime and manga at least. And then, like, they banned video games too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think did they ban Grand Theft Auto? Either that or was a censored version, like a censored version of Grand Theft Auto, something like that. Let me know if I'm wrong, because I remember this back in, like, what was this? This was mid-2000s, I think? Yeah, something like that. So on April 9th, they launched a petition to Steam to remove No Mercy on April 9th with 70,000 signatures. Steam ignores. Meanwhile, the other petition to take these terrorist Karens down has over, like 300,000 signatures now? And then the developer pulls No Mercy from Steam, and Steam continues to ignore us on April 12th. And then then they launched a female gamer supports campaign on April 13th. And then on May 26th, that's when they began to email payment processors. And it says here, supporters continue to email Gabe Newell to remove. They emailed Gabe Newell directly to remove all rape and incest games. Nearly 500 other rape incest games counted on Steam. A team does background research, and the campaign to email payment processors launched on May 26th. An open letter with 8 global partners/experts sent on July 11th. And on July 16th, Steam implements new policy and begins to delete games. Itch.io delists all 20,000 non-safe for work games so they can review them and release a statement on July 24th, which we covered. And obviously they have the Australian. Oh God, these fuckers. This is what it says here from the Australian independent gaming platform Itch.io announced on Friday it has de-indexed all adult content considered not suitable for work or not safe for work, so the games can no longer be searched for online. And Collective Shout founder, aka the head terrorist Karen, economic terrorist Karen, Melinda Tinker-Reese, said she and her female colleagues have received a deluge of death and rape threats on Twitter, as well as doxing to incite violence against them. They're so full of shit. We know it. And Mistaker Reese said it was itch.io was delisting 20,000 games, going far beyond her request to ban sexually violent games, which had ramped up the abuse. You fuckers went after their payment processors! What do you want them to do? You fucking asshole Karens! Jesus Christ. Alright. You know what? Since we're talking about the Collective Shout Karen terrorists, let's get into more of the Collective Shout Karen shit. So, you have these fuckers, these terrorist Karens, going after Playboy as well. Let me put this in another tab. See if I can make this work. So, they're saying to tell these companies to dump their Playboy. So, Bin the Bunny... dude, okay, here's the thing. I got... back when... or when was this? It was 2003, I think? It was either 2003 or 2004, something like that. I got a pair of Playboy Bunny jeans from TJ Maxx on the cheap. And I love those jeans. I wish that I still had them, but they had holes in the wrong spot, so I couldn't wear them anymore. They were fucking awesome. Playboy clothes are really, really good stuff. So yeah, they want to get rid of the Playboy brand. Mofo, they got rid of the fatties. They got rid of the whales and the trans models too. But again, this is a Christian organization, so what do you want? Like, this is not a bad shirt. Like, stop. You can't, nah. Like, this one, they're talking about, like a naked person on the sweatshirt. Like, this, whatever. Like, I've seen worse. I got a real, this was back in 2003. No, this was in 2004 that I've got, like, back in 2004 when I went to Canada for a marching band trip. I know, marching band jokes aside, I remember getting like really crude shirts in because we were in Victoria for a parade, and I remember getting a crude ass shirt that said like "my mom's a bitch" or something like that. And yeah, this is nothing, man. This is nothing. And Walmart has Playboy merch. What? Hold on. It's this e-commerce platform, Walmart.com. Yeah, because I was going to be like, yeah, I do not remember seeing Playboy stuff at Walmart ever. But something that I've noticed as, I've been putting putting different items into my videos and shit like that, is that Walmart has a lot more anime and manga stuff than you think they do. And hell, Etsy, by the way, I should put more of that stuff in the description box. But Etsy has really good deals on manga as well, which I was very surprised about, to be honest. But yeah, these fuckers are going after Playboy. They are. We'll get to Japan a little bit later. But this is the victory lap that they took for their Steam campaign. Oh, come on. Work with me here. In response to false claims and misinformation about our campaign, we're setting the record straight. Some have asked why we involve payment processors, and others have claimed we are responsible for itch.io removing all not safe for work content. We raised our objection to rape and incest games on Steam for months, which we did see. We saw that they sent over like 3,000 emails to them. Let's see. And they ignored us for months. We approached payment processors because Steam did not respond to us, and we called on it. Like, what you guys are doing is economic terrorism. I didn't realize that until like a couple of Japanese Twitter users pointed it out, but we'll get to that. We called on itch.io to remove rape. Fuck you, censoring rape. Like, when you censor rape and also use grape, that really pisses me off because it downplays it. Stop doing that. Rape is a real thing. And you calling rape grape or like just censoring rape really annoys the shit out of me. And I'm not even a rape victim. I'm not. I'm an abuse victim, mind you. Like, I've been physically abused and verbally abused, but I've never been raped. But like, I gotta imagine that for people that are victims of rape, that the fact that they're infantilizing rape like this, it probably pisses you off. But anyways, We call on Ishta to remove rape and incest games that we argue normalize violence and abuse of women. No, you motherfuckers can't separate fiction from reality. That's your fault. Itch.io made the decision to remove all not safe for work content. Our objections were content that involved sexualized violence and torture of women. They don't give a shit about torture of men. They don't. They don't at all. These Karens do not. Oh, hold on. I fucked this up. There we go. Let's see. If these, this is what Shao says here, ZX says. If these people continue trying to ban things, yeah, oh fuck, I've already read this. But let's read what Collective post, while Karen says here. I would have done a 10 by any money. Yeah, okay, I read that part. You're one of the best non-range bait manga journalists. Thank you! I'm so happy. Thank you so much for that. That makes me happy. I try to avoid rage bait content. I do. Because, one, some of these mangaka do follow me, and they do watch my content, so I don't want to do rage bait shit for that reason alone. But also, it's because, like, why do rage bait, especially for the people that fucking, the rage bait content creators that do rage bait videos on how they hate manga, why would I do that? That's stupid. Let's see. I will be lurking, I can't chat for a while. Okay. But a male feminist gamer, but they do count as males, which is true. They do count as that. Oh, wait, did I miss something here? Oh, I got another $5 donation. Thank you so much for donating. Give it the personality. Please, like these, thing is with YouTube donations is that I don't get them until like the 21st of next month, and I need to be able to pay my rent now. But I will take a shot in a second. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. No game, No Life light novel was banned. I knew there was something that was banned for light novel wise that was banned. I don't think Goblin Slayer was banned. The light novel version was banned. I think this was the Sword Art Online light novel banned. I can't remember. Let's see. Oh yeah, I know that one too. How to Not Summon a Demon Lord light novel was banned too. But yeah. And yeah, I feel like Australia is the epicenter for this too. I do. They are. Them and the UK are the center of this. I will take a shot in a second. Just give me a minute here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the rest of the Collective Shout Karen fuckery, and then I'll get into the laws themselves. Because I think because the Collective Shout Karen shit is separate from this. We'll get to this. We'll get to the Japanese stuff. I want to read the rest of their LinkedIn posts. Because, God, these LinkedIn posts were wild. Where are you? No, I have it here somewhere. Hold on. We'll get to Yodi and stuff too. I have their website in my NERDICAST tabs. Okay, so yeah, these Karens are going after TikTok, because this is what the head terrorist Karen says. It's 3 months ago, I showed a picture of the young female content creators in the bot house for the first time in my workshops with girls. It was an experiment. I wanted to see how much they knew about it. If they didn't know, I'd move on. And turns out almost all of them knew who the bot girls were. Even grades 5 and 6 girls. Okay, here's the thing. Let me read this part here. For the last few months, I've been studying the rise of popularity of the Bop House on TikTok, and I presented my research at a global webinar hosted by Cease UK recently. For those who don't know, the Bop House is a live-in a porn production mansion for OnlyFans creators. So kind of like the Playboy Mansion, if you think about it, but it's in Florida. It opened on December 12, 2024, and houses 8 creators ages 19 to 24. And they have a collective following of 33 million, and their TikTok videos help drive their paid OnlyFans subscribers. It sounds a lot like Twitch, but like here's the thing though. Parents should be doing their job. Why are parents not supervising their kids? Granted, when I was growing up in the age of dial-up, my parents weren't supervising me. They weren't. But I did find out that, thanks to my dad IMing this person in front of me, I found out that he was having an affair. He was cheating on my mom, and it turns out that he had an affair with, like, what was it, 5 different women? Yeah, something like that throughout their marriage. And I see this, I'm like, dude, be a parent. How hard is it to be a parent in this? And also, you got to remember, and I know this for a fact because my first boyfriend, aka like but he was my best friend at the time too. He his dad gave him porn. It wasn't like him finding porn, for example, like I did, like just randomly. And this was again during the dial-up age. Nah, his father gave him porn, and I know a lot of guys have gone through that where their parents give them porn. Let parents do what they want, man. If you have a problem with it, that's on you. But don't force your parenting style on other people. Anyways, but let's be real. People under the age of 18 should not be on TikTok looking at porn. Fuck, I think people under the age of 16 should be on TikTok, in my honest opinion. But this though, it's like, dude, like, what do you want? But here we go. TikTok acts as a digital pimp, teaching girls selling sexual labor is aspirational and grooming boys to be consumers. Nah, I'd say Twitch does that a little bit more. I could be wrong, but it feels like Twitch does that more than TikTok. But whatever. When working in FNQ in May, this is what the head economic terrorist Karen said here. When working in FNQ in May, I asked a group of year 7 girls, gay middle schoolers, I'm guessing, how the BOP has impacted them, and their responses blew them away. Parents Online magazine has published a piece of on the influence of the BOP House, quoting my recording of the girls' profound responses. And this is, by the way, this is on Melissa's LinkedIn. Oh my god, I need caffeine. Let's see. Wait, here we go. In a series of heartbreaking responses, the girls all explain how the videos changed the way boys in their class perceive them and give these boys inflated expectations. As one girl explains, because the Bob House is showing what they're doing, boys are expecting us girls to do it as well. Okay, like, back in my day, like back in 2006, okay? I know my ex-boyfriend, aka my first boyfriend, he watched porn and shit like that. He looked at porn mags and all that. But he didn't do any of this shit. Nah, that's why I'm like, I gotta call bullshit on this. I do. And hell, even, I watched porn, I started watching porn because I had free reign. When I was like 11? Something like that. But I didn't expect that, well, did I expect that shit of my boyfriend at the time? No, I didn't expect that out of him. No, I just was in love with him at the time. This is my first boyfriend when I was like 16, mind you. And he was prior to that, he was my best friend for like 3 years? Yeah, something like that. But nah, he wasn't expecting shit out of me. Nah, he cared about me. Another girl shares that boys are expecting them to look like the Bob House girls, who dress provocatively and often spend thousands to enhance their appearance with lip fillers and implants. I call bullshit on that too. That is a little bullshit. That is. Put out, maybe. But looking like these bitches? Nah. And also, you got girls, and this goes... God, how far back does this go? I know this was at least in the 2000s. I know 16-year-old girls that got like breast implants for their sweet 16. So yeah, you kind of are full. And also, well, in my case, it was because I broke my nose at the time that I got this. I got 2 nose jobs because my septum, when I had a orthostatic hypotension attack, which is basically when I got up and walked around, I had vertigo, but instead of just like simple vertigo, I collapsed and had convulsions, and I fell flat on my face. My septum was like right here, and this is when I was like, what was it? Was I 15 at the time? Yeah, I think it was 15 at the time. My septum was right here, and the first time they put my septum here, which was still wrong, and I couldn't breathe. And the second time, my septum was here, and I also asked them to shave my nose down, and they did. So I got 2 nose jobs, technically, when I was a teenager, but that was a different situation. And also my insurance covered it, which was fucking awesome at the time. But yeah, like, girls aren't doing that. Girls, well, don't do that for the expectation of boys, like they're suggesting. Well, maybe they do it for boys. But, like, you get, like, 16-year-old girls getting boob jobs for their birthday, or nose jobs for their birthday. Me, it was because I was injured, obviously. So, another girl shares that boys are expecting them to look like Bob House girls. Okay, I read this part. Lip fillers, nah. Lip fillers are a different story. I don't think like, at least back in my day, lip fillers weren't as big as they are now. But I don't think 16, let me know in the chat or in the comments, but I don't think 16-year-old girls, for like their sweet 16, I mean, are getting lip fillers. I know back in my day, they were getting boob jobs at least, but I don't think they were getting lip fillers until like way later. That looks and acts like one of the I don't think that's the case at all. I don't. At least from my experience, that has never been the case. As we grow, they expect us to look like Bob House, and it makes us feel unsafe wherever we go. A girl shares in the video. I call bullshit. I'm sorry. The girls who don't conform to these rigid expectations are casted aside, and boys think that if we don't look like that, we're really ugly, says one of the middle schoolers. How much you want to bet this middle schooler is fat as fuck? They want us to be as attractive as them. There's a difference between being healthy and being fake. And the majority of girls that, again, this is back in the 2000s, mind you, they did not do this shit, okay? They didn't. I didn't do this shit anyway, but still. Let's see. In fact, I've mentioned this story before, but I was like at least in my friend group anyway, I was the first girl to lose their virginity, and I got mad respect from the other girls around me. Like, girls were, like, both guys and girls gave me, like, hella respect for it. I was like, yeah. I felt so awesome. This is when I was, like, 16, going, like, right before I turned 17, like, maybe a month before I turned 17. Hold on. I gotta think about this for a sec. Yeah, I think it was around that time. It was literally like a month before I turned 17 when this happened. And it's not just the pressure to look a certain way. These girls also believe they need to behave more proactively to attract and sustain romantic relationships. And if they don't comply, the boys in their class will simply watch Bob House content to fix them, to get their fix. I call bullshit on that, okay? I do. Girls may feel that way, but no, that's not the reality of the situation. No, especially, like, back when I was, again, this is back in, like, mid-2000s, like 2006, mind you. It wasn't like that at all. Nah, it wasn't, nah. Guys didn't do that shit. At least that I know of, anyway. Let me know, especially if you're my age, like, I'm 36, if that was the case. Yeah, I'm glad that Weasley46 pointed this out. So, yeah, it seems like 11 is when it usually starts. Yeah. But, like, back in my day when I was 11, we were on dial-up and AOL. So, yeah, their porn wasn't available as freely. And in the case of my ex-boyfriend, okay, my first boyfriend, he got porn magazines from his dad when he was 11. I found porn on the internet when I was 11. So there's a huge difference. Anyways, see, boys think if we're really ugly, says one. I gotta wonder if this middle schooler is fat as fuck, because that would make more sense. They want us to be attractive as them. And it's not just the pressure to look a certain way. These girls also believe they need to behave more proactively to attract and sustain romantic relationships. And if they don't comply, the boys in their class will simply watch Bot House content to get their fix. I call bullshit. I do. Unless this generation is, Gen Alpha and Zoomers have changed. That's not the case at all. in my situation with romantic relationships, obviously with my first boyfriend, mind you, I wanted him to be, I was down for the public affection. I love PDA, okay? I loved the PDA that we did. Like, I remember, like, prior to, like, officially telling our friends that we were dating because we shared the same friends, that we would just, like, sneak off behind, like, one of the school buildings to just make out. Or sneak off behind the band room and just make out. We did do that a lot, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. One student shared that she believes tween boys think, if I want that, why can't I just look at it instead of putting effort into getting to know someone? I call bullshit on that. I do. I call huge, major bullshit on that. Because most guys watch porn, yeah, but they don't expect that out of us. Nah, at least, again, back in my day in the mid-2000s anyway. Let's see. Again, if you're from my generation, let me know what you guys think. I think this is wild that this is being said. If you're a Zoomer or a Gen Alpha, I want to know if this is true for your generation, because it's definitely not true for mine. Wait, do I have anything else here that I need, or no? Okay, no. Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, let's get into the collective shout, terrorist Karen, the head collective, more of her shit. Because she said this to, and by the way, this is from their LinkedIn. As movement director, or aka the economic terrorist director, Melinda Tankard-Reese was quoted in the Catholic Weekly recently, Safety's announcement of new online safety codes to protect children. We know that's not true. Advocates have welcomed a move to establish new online safety codes aimed at protecting Australian children from exposure to pornography and other harmful content. Quote, quote, harmful. Big tech mega corporations have completely mediated the exploitation of children and have failed to be accountable or transparent about this. That's why we call for the age verification trial, which, by the way, Melinda is a part of. Which has so far shown promising results in protecting children from explicit content. Motherfucker, it was never about protecting the children. It's about your own self-interest. It's why especially since this is being reported to the Catholic Weekly. Fucking Catholic Karens, man. It's why we backed laws to raise age of access to social media to 16 to take effect at the end of the year. It's also why we support the E-Safety Commissioner in addressing the online industry design codes with appropriate community safeguards and contributed submissions on what we believed needed it to be in these codes, with child safeguarding at the forefront. However, we are cynical about industry's willingness to comply with voluntary codes. History shows they rarely work. I'm going to read that again. However, we are cynical about industry's willingness to comply with voluntary codes. History shows they rarely work and benefit vested interests over community safety. No shit, we're seeing that with the UK law. And also we found the global safety online safety networks law too. Oh, wait till we get to that. But yeah, that's bullshit. Stop. And also, actually, I should say, no, that's correct. You fucking dumbass Karens. However, we are cynical about industry's willingness to complete with volunteer. Here we go. We note the commissioner had to go back to industry to demand stronger codes as a number of earlier drafts were too weak. They were seeing these fucking Karens, man. These are terrorist Karens. They have an agenda. And back, like, during the Biden administration, Biden said that, like, the far right are a huge problem. Yeah, it's crazy. I have to agree with Biden to an extent. But, yeah, they kind of are. Same with the far left, though. Both sides are a huge problem. The far left, though, the alt-left, though, to be more specific, and that's the leftists, like, including, like, socialists and communists, they're the ones LARPing. The right ain't LARPing. They're just being a bunch of morons. Anyways. let's see. Our experience of industry failure to put the welfare of the most vulnerable before profits suggests these mandatory codes may need to be developed and enforced sooner rather than later. These dumbass Karens, man. These dumbass Karens. And this is the this is the Catholic Weekly article here where this is from. Hold on a second. Did the age verification trial show up here? No. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, it is here. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Yeah. Let's read this real quick. And then we'll get to the next Karen LinkedIn post. So this is what it was saying in the Catholic Weekly. New online Australia safety codes aimed at protecting Australian children. It's not protecting the children. It's not. 1 in 7 children surveyed reported experiencing online grooming-like behavior from adults or other children at least 4 years older, including asking inappropriate questions or requesting they share new images. Which, by the way, we'll probably go over after this. Is we found this like prior to going live on stream about an anime voice actor that did this. Because let's be clear, on Discord and maybe when I say Reddit as well. I would say Discord and Reddit are the worst offenders of this. There legitimately are groomers on Discord and Reddit. There are. And it's Discord's, in the case of Discord, it's their fault. And Reddit to an extent too. It's their fault for this happening. It is. For allowing these groomers to be on the platform. The other thing is that it's also the parents' fault for not watching their kid. And we'll get into an example of that after I finish this part here. Or after I finish all the collective share. Actually, you know what? Maybe that would be a good idea. After this, we'll get into the to the actual grooming situation that we found with an anime voice actor, anime and video game voice actor, English dub specifically, including asking inappropriate questions or requesting that they share nude images. And big tech, Big tech megacorporations have commercially mediated the exploitation of children and have failed to be accountable or transparent about this. And this is, of course, what Melinda said here. And that's why we call for the age verification trial, which has so far shown promising results in protecting children from explicit content. I call bullshit on that. It's why we backed laws to raise the age of access to social media to 16 to take effect at the end of the year. Well, because she mentioned it, let's get into the situation here that I have. Where are you? Here we go. Where is it? I think I put it here. Here it is. And Kiva Walker is trending on Twitter, by the way, so I have to talk about this. Let me see if I can find the thing while this is loading. So Kiva Walker. Are you Keep a Walker? Well, we'll get into this too. But because they mentioned grooming, I got to get into the Keep a Walker stuff. So this voice actor here, let me just show you what he looks like first, and also his credentials, and then we'll get into this situation. So this is the groomer in question here. Oh fuck, that's not what I wanted. Come on, work with me here. This is the groomer in question. This mofo was the groomer. And this is where he's working at. He did, in terms of English dub acting, he did Windbreaker Season 2, Berserk of Gluttony, My Instant Death Ability is Overpowered, Twilight Out of Focus, Cherry Magic, Tsukimichi, Moonlight Fantasy, Shangri-La Frontier, Phantom of the Idol, Kingdoms of Ruin, Reign of the Seven Spellblades, Sugar Apple Fairy Tale, Sacrificial Princess and the King of Beasts, Oshinoko, I Got a Cheat Skill in Another World, Fire Emblem Heroes, and Genshin Impact. And if I remember correctly, this is the second Genshin Impact English dub voice actor that has gone through this situation. So let's get into this person's here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, let's read this here. I like to start by saying that it took me 7+ years to process what happened to me. I cut off all contact in the middle of 2023, and since then I've debated with myself if it was worth making this post. The fact that they seem to be moving up in the world, which I don't blame them for doing this, has definitely influenced my decision, but only because I can't fathom the harm they are capable of doing to others with a substantial platform, considering the harm that was done to me with the little notoriety they had at the time. With all that being said, it's time to tell my story. And at the time, we're going to say this too, he was 15 when this happened, okay? For everyone that doesn't know me, my name is Corey. I was born December 16, 2001, which makes me 23 years old at the time of writing this. And I primarily go by Blade or Blade will be online. And this document about my experience being groomed by Kiba Walker through the years, whose information will be listed below, and telling the story, I wish for it to serve as a warning to others of their predatory behavior. And screenshots will be provided where necessary, although some were lost to Skype shutting down and WhatsApp incorrectly backing up my message history from those years. If you are ever going through this situation, please, and whether it is like a grooming or, because I don't think anyone under 18 watches me, whether it is grooming or like I don't believe in cancel culture, but a cancellation campaign, like something like that, or blackmailing or something, make sure you get a record. Luckily with Twitter, what I'm happy about with Twitter is that you can download your whole history from Twitter in terms of like public messages. I don't remember if you can do private messages as well, but with public messages, or not public tweets, you can, at the very least. Twitter images will be from my old account, which is archived and only accessible to me. Which, again, I understand that. So this guy here was 22 when they met. And this is all their aliases and all that shit. So it started with conversations about music. He was 15 at the time, and definitely interacting on Twitter more than I do now. I complimented a recently posted song cover I enjoyed by a voice actor of a character I adored from a YouTube series, which spiraled into several follow-up conversations about singing. And then he says here, at some point I started complaining about the way that my school was handling my musical education. In particular, a teacher who used to complain about working with me despite her vocal training being the sole reason for that placement. And they offered to teach me for free, and I jumped at the opportunity to spend one-on-one time with a voice actor I looked up to. That was a dumb thing to do. Where was this person's parent? It says, this is what he says here. She's not teaching you anything. I kind of want to take you under my wing. Or in the first one, let's see, it says here it is, our cover of Say Something with the amazing Griff voices. Thanks for letting me join you on this cover. And then this person says, Blade Won't Be says here, I've practiced playing and performing that so many times and not even close to being this good. I love it /you. Wolfo, you started this! You did! You shouldn't have said love you like that, because you got the wrong impression. And this is what Kiba Walker says in response. He says, she's not teaching you anything. I kind of want to take you under my wing. I kind of wish she'd be a bit more mature about it. I caught word from my friend that she was complaining about working with me. And yeah, no, forget her. I'll teach you what you want over Skype or whatever. I usually charge, but I'll do it for free. Like, this is creepy as hell. Creepy, creepy, creepy. I know, Hollywood is evil as hell. Oh, hello, Mitsuo Okami, and to those that are new into the stream. What we're talking about, we talked about like some of the breaking news that has happened in regards to anime and manga, like Akane Binashi possibly getting an anime, Dead Account and Undead Unluck releasing trailers, and Black Clover possibly ending. And where we're at right now, this is after a little bit of the collective shout economic terrorist situation. We're getting into a situation that we found out prior to prior to going live on the stream, and that is this voice actor, this anime voice actor. He's like a video game voice actor because he did Genshin Impact and Fire Emblem, grooming this kid. And let's be real, part of it is parent responsibility. It totally is. But also, the other thing is that this person is a Genshin Impact voice actor. And this is the second Genshin Impact voice actor that has been busted doing this. Let's be real. Okay, let me keep going here. And by the way, this is the person that's doing this, that's doing this. I would say allegedly, but God, like, it gets really nasty. You'll see it. You'll see soon. And this is some of the Twitter DMs that this 15-year-old had with them. I'll do lessons for you for free for you. Has anyone told you that you might be too nice for your own good? And something like that. True, but anyway, do you want lessons or no? And if you're offering, then I guess the answer is yes. Since you said you don't do this often, I can't really refuse. I mean, you could refuse if you don't want to not pay, but I'm offering yes. And I didn't actually realize until properly reviewing these screenshots. But even as early as this, they were still bringing up adult topics with me in private. Again, this guy is 15. Salutations. What's up? What are you up to now? And loading Twitter on my laptop so I have dynamic DMs. And this is back in 2017, obviously, as you see here. I got to keep refreshing to see replies. Otherwise, there we go. Ha! Too busy on that Rule 34. Tisk tisk. Windows Phone. I had a Windows Phone, and I loved Windows Phone. I wish I still had another... Microsoft, screw you for not keeping up Windows Phones, because they were amazing. I loved Windows Phone. I had a Windows 8 phone, specifically. And it was awesome. I love it. So this user is based because of that. Just for that alone. Or this person is based because of that. Burn the Rule 34. Burn all the link Rule 34. Not, where will I get my porn? Oh my God. People cosplaying as him? But, and just for those who will inevitably attempt to claim that they may have not known how old you were, I made it pretty clear during some of our public interactions. So they straight up said, this is what Kiba said first. LOL, when you've been doing this for almost 2 decades, you keep a repertoire handy, LOL. Almost 2 decades. I only started piano last year and guitar on and off for 4 years. Makes sense that I don't have much. And then Kiba says here, yeah, no, I've been singing for 16 years and playing various instruments for a collective 7 maybe. You've been singing longer than I've been alive. I guess that's what happens when you're in your 20s. And God damn it, with you adults and your adulting stuff. LMAO, with age comes experience, I guess. My voice hasn't properly broken yet. So the first singing lesson comes around and everything plays out normally. They set me, God damn it. They sent me a song to learn as homework and agreed to Skype call again every Friday for another one. We talked in between, but when the time came, they would always be too busy or have last-minute plans that caused them to cancel. So we settled on keeping it as a casual friendship to avoid the inconvenience of lesson scheduling. My memory of that time is very foggy at this point due to how long it has been, but I believe this is when the proper flirting started. Basic stuff like calling me cute or hot mid-conversation to more on the nose stuff like mentioning when they were horny or that I was their type, chubby. At some point, I gave into the flirtations and requested to trade nudes. No! That was a bad idea! Because this was someone I looked up to, and I was terrified that they would lose interest in our friendship if I didn't reciprocate. Dude, I'm telling you, this voice actor that we're talking about here, he probably has CP on his hard drive. This was a stupid mistake on my part, and one that I will always look back on with regret, because I was essentially facilitating a crime, which you were. Opening that can of worms was the start of something that continues to influence how I interact with people. The flirtation got more frequent. They started sharing porn that they liked, and they made a game out of trying to arouse me while I was at school. Dude, that is so fucked up. This is so creepy. Occasionally, I would still play along with the horny DMs and jerk off vids requests, because I was still very much scared of losing my friend. No, you should have not been. No. It got to a point where I was made so uncomfortable by every conversation that I would ignore them entirely and claim to have technical problems. What this led to was several attempts to contact me through various social media services, asking me if they had done something wrong. And this is the conversation here. Do you not talk to me anymore for a reason? My phone is broken, dude. You have Twitter and a computer. Whatever, I'm used to this. All my friends always have some excuse to not talk to me. I wonder why that is. And I'm sorry that happened with your phone. But yeah, I'm just over it at this point. Over what? I don't check Twitter on my laptop unless I absolutely have to. If you use my laptop, you know why. Dude, I'm telling you right now, back in my day, this was still in the age of dial-up. This was like in the mid-2000s, okay? And also, it wasn't Twitter. We had Yahoo Chat. Yahoo Chat was so fun back in the day. And AIM Chat. This is before the sex bots ruined it, okay? God, I sound so fucking old. And, did I do Hotmail Chat? No. I think I only did AIM and Yahoo Chat. But yeah. Let's see. After this particular message, I felt so guilty over hurting a friend that I started responding to the that was so dumb. No! Leading to the same kind of situations happening over and over. I assume my outward attitude towards them must have changed during this time, and I was asked the question of whether or not I still like them. I'm going to internally scream while I drink. What the fuck does this? I'm sorry. I'm going to internally scream while drinking Mountain Dew and coughing my guts out in a Skype call. No, don't do that. Like, who does that? Speaking of which, are we still cool and such? I feel like you've started hating me because of the whole sexy shit. Dude! This voice actor has child porn on their computer. They have to. Or their phone, maybe. But dude, what the fuck? I'm being honest, we're fine, but the sexting makes me slightly uncomfortable. Dude, at this point, this kid should have went to his parents and be like, dude, there's something going on. I love talking to you. You're a fun person, and I don't get why people don't like you. Okay, I'm going to show you this person's picture again, okay? This is what he looks like. This has Predator written all over them, let's be real. I just backed off because I felt like I was giving off the wrong impression. Okay, you could have just said that. I thought you liked it too, and well, I'm sorry. I guess I could stop and apologize profusely. And you shouldn't feel the need to apologize. I would never wish to hurt you in any way, but I realized that by backing off, I was making it worse. I'm sorry. I'm the sorry. No, dude, you shouldn't be the sorry one. He is trying to get CP from you. No, it's fine. It's whatever. Just pretend it never happened. I gotta go sleep, alright? I'll talk to you later. Good night. I hope we can talk more and again somehow. I don't have much by the means of messaging. I definitely could have been more assertive about my response, but once again, I didn't want them to start pulling away from me. I was a 15-year-old with the chance to frequently interact with someone I thought was the coolest person in the world, and it would have killed me to know that they were actively choosing to talk to me less. Okay, I'm going to be fair with this, alright? When I was like 14, 15, I probably would have been the same way. I'm not going to lie. I would have been the same exact... I'm kind of this way now, but I'm not as naive and stupid as I was back when I was like 14, 15 years old. After that conversation, the details get a little blurry for me. This is where we get to Discord, okay? Discord, as I said, Discord has a grooming problem. I switched to Discord for messaging purposes and decided to stop talking to them for a short period until I got another ping asking why I wasn't responding. I had turned 16 at this point and was in a different frame of mind after an amount of time in letting them back in, and tried to be honest about my reason for distancing myself. Alright, here we go. This is going to get even creepier. Oh, in terms of who he voiced in Genshin, here's his credits. He voiced as a Kadari Formosa, or Formosa Kadari is who he played as in Genshin. But yeah, this is all of his. This is his resume. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. This is his resume here for English dub. Like, he should have this kid should have done this sooner. But I can understand why, like, he felt hesitant about it. I can totally get it. But goddamn, this is very, very creepy. This is who Crunchyroll hired this mofo. And Sentai Filmworks did too. Sentai Filmworks has problems, I swear to God. Alright, let's see what they say here. Yo, so this is where I get a hold of you now? If you want a response that isn't days late, probably. I mean, I just want my friend back. As I said, I'm more likely to respond here. I just figured you'd try to talk to me more. My memory is stupid. I'm like this too, okay? My memory is stupid as well. I genuinely forget to check, then forget to respond. This happens to me sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. And I've cut back to talking to a lot of people, and I don't hear much from, and these they're screened out for a reason, probably. Don't hear much from me anymore. I guess I've distanced myself. I guess I'm just upset because I thought we'd at least talk more since, you know, we've done shit together, LMAO. I can understand why he said he was being groomed. I can. My brain doesn't make exceptions. I literally shut everyone out for a while. Yeah, I've been in that position too. I understand. Good to know. And suffering is a good alternative to feeling well, I guess. Pessimist. Dude, I'm a pessimist too. I'm not gonna lie. As advertised, I'm gonna do something to you if you don't stop being all angsty. But angst and edge is my life. This is where it gets creepy, okay? He said, again, this person is 16. This voice actor said to this 16-year-old, I will literally suck your dick into oblivion if you don't stop. How does that work? I do it so well that you'll feel like your soul left your body. I'm telling you, Discord has a grooming problem. They have a grooming problem and a pedo problem. That sounds fun and terrifying. Very aggressive blowjob. I mean it. Like, here's the thing. There's a difference between, like, two teenagers kind of doing it and shit like that, and this person who is, like, a decade older than them, I think they said. Hold on. Was it a decade older than them? Hold on a sec. I want to make sure. Yeah, he was 22. This is a 22-year-old or 23-year-old saying this to, like, a 16-year-old. The fuck is wrong with you, bro? Okay, where is it here? I mean, it would be for sure. That sounds fun. Oh my god, what the fuck? I mean, it would be for sure. Hi, kitties. Say hi, kitty. And I can't help but think about you teasing me all the time. It gets me very excited, and I want to tease you so badly, but unfortunately you're sick and passing out, so I can't make you feel well or turn you on. Oh, wow. This is so creepy. Oh my god, this is so creepy. Crunchyroll and Sentai Filmworks hired this person. Where was the background check? Jesus Christ, I'm just gonna sleep now. My head hurts. And then he says this. I think this is the next, no, this is around the same time. Here we go. Why does your head hurt, and why change the subject so quickly? My head hurts because of the cold. I sneezed so much today that I gave myself a headache, and I'm not trying to change the subject or I just want to sleep, and I thought I'd tell you rather than sleeping and you thinking I'm ignoring you. Okay, LMAO, well, get some rest. Dream of me aggressively blowing you. This person is so creepy. Oh my god. Oh my god. The image will be stuck in my mind. Duh, that's the point. I could send you new things in here. Wait, new things in here, and I'll still have. I still have you yet to see you actually. Oh my god! How much child porn does this person have in their hard drive? Oh my god! Very true. So I hope sometime I can stop watching the old stuff and. So I hope sometime I can stop watching the old stuff and see something new, see some new things. Dude, this is a groomer. This is a groomer. And a pedo. Oh my god, how much child porn does this person have on their computer? Alright, let's see. It's been a while. I get this is them reconnecting with them like a few months later. This is in August. So like 6 months later or something like that. It's been a while. I guess so. I mean, I missed you, dude. Why did you stop talking to me? I want an answer, hopefully, so I don't continue blaming myself for, like, ruining our friendship. Dude, shut the fuck up! Wonderful. So, what happened to us? Being entirely honest, I just freaked out because of my social anxiety and the whole sexual thing. It was fucking with my head, so I decided to try and distance myself. You definitely could have told me that, and we would have stopped. Liar, you're full of shit! I apologize wholeheartedly about that. I apologize for leading you on so much. I just don't know how to react and handle things like that. I get you. So, do you or did you even like me that way? God, that's so creepy. Oh my god. Again, this kid is 16 at the time. I can't stress enough how sorry I am that I cut off contact. And also good on them for, like, keeping this shit documented. They should have released it sooner. How sorry I am that I cut off contact. I enjoyed talking to you. I hope you'll forgive me, even though, I still feel very attracted to you and such. I hope that you can ignore that in me and like at least be my friend. I hope that like me doing stuff with you was at least flattering. As long as the way you talk goes nothing further than suggestive, I'd love to keep being your friend. Well, that's who I am. And it was very flattering, which also freaked me out because I have a thing about not liking compliments. I like that too. I don't like compliments either. I'll try. I'm sorry. No more sexual stuff with you then. I apologize. There's no need to apologize. Be as sexual. No! Why did you say this? Be as sexual as you want. Just don't get too riled up if I flirt back. That's my natural response. I got you. So, never going to happen between us again, just so I'm clear. Because I'm going to be sexual, but I don't want you to hate me. LOL. Dude, this dude is a pedo! This is the second pedo Genshin Impact English voice actor! Oh my god, this is wild! It's probably not going to happen again. I miss being your friend, and if it goes that way again, history might repeat itself, and that would crush me. Okay, but if it does happen again, you shouldn't be afraid of it, you know, or let history repeat itself. Not saying it will happen again, just know that I'm always your friend. You're full of shit, bro. You are full of shit. Also, if I don't respond to you at any point, I'm probably just busy or not on a device that could use Discord. I don't plan on ignoring you. I appreciate that. As you can see, I did not learn my lesson the first time and still allowed them back into my life. Sexual advances at all. Time to fap before bed. Who says this to a 16-year-old? Jesus Christ. Good night. Have a nice Thanksgiving, even though I don't understand it. I'll penetrate you with a hook. How dare... This is fucking wild, man. You have to admit, you missed your porn dealer and... You missed your porn dealer and say... Dude, what the fuck did this voice actor do? Oh my god, he straight up said, you missed your porn dealer and singing pal. What the fuck, man? This is creepy. This is so creepy. Oh my god, like, how much CP is in this person's hard drive? How? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Like, this gets... Oh my god. Hold on a second. We're here. Wait. Okay, I covered this part. Okay, I was right here. Okay, here we go. Birthday? It was. You're 17 now? Hashtag legal. XDJK. Happy birthday. Thank you, man. So we gotta... He straight up said he wants to fuck this spider. Oh my god. He says JK, but I call bullshit. My screaming wasn't too irritate earlier, was it? No, it's okay. I'll attribute it to your excessive horniness. You only have two moods, horny and... Dude, what the fuck? You'll be horny and tired. Like, you enabled this pedo, bro. Yep, you're horny all the time. I should know. Boy, don't expose me. I was just way too energetic. I'm exposing you and your cock, so calm down. I'm telling you, this guy has hella CP in his hard drive. Oh my god! I'm exposing you and your cock, so calm down. And picture them encouraging me to audition for an 18-plus project with adult scenes when I was underage. Oh my god, he was totally grooming him! Oh my god! It was trash, LOL. You're gonna audition, yeah? Well, you see, I had planned on it, but I'm trash, so maybe not. After hearing what you thought of the other ones, I feel like I would just add to the disappointment. No, please audition. For who, though? Ilran or any of the side characters. The bigger characters would definitely require a lot more commitment than the background ones, so it's all down to the amount of commitment my brain wants to give. They're also 18 plus and I'm 17. You can do it! Dude! What the fuck? Oh my god! Dude! This person went to Pride! Jesus Christ. Granted, I know 16-year-olds that went to Pride too, so... Oh my god. Pride is over. I'm dead inside. Did you get laid? Is that what people are supposed to do at Pride? Yes. Then I guess I've been doing it all wrong. Dude, this person is a groomer! I just got sent a recording of me there. I should have turned the guitar up. Nice, I need to hear this or put distortion on it. I'm kind of new to using guitar pedals, but I guess, but they said I could. Oh, nice. I'll see if WhatsApp lets me send it. I mean, it sent videos of you before. Dude, what the fuck? WhatsApp, you might be having a grooming problem too. Touche. Pull funny faces when I pull funny faces when I perform. This video opened my eyes to it. I bet you pull funny faces when you do other things too. LOL, I'm kidding. You are full of shit. LOL, I'm kidding. I'll need to see this live singing, so show me the vid. It's sending, and when it's done, you can tell me how it is. That's one dick pic for every minute. It's late. I can't help if my Wi-Fi is allergic to working. So from August 2018 to December 2019, they weren't pushy and didn't really make reference to wanting to receive any pics videos of me, but would occasionally still bring up that it was something we did before. Mofo, you are fucked. These particular messages are from just 2 weeks after my 18th birthday. I believe they may have been testing the water since I was of legal age at that point. Personal question, you must have grown in size since the last time I saw it, correct? He's got to be talking about his dick, let's be real. When was the last time you saw it? I think almost 2 years ago? I don't actually know then. Well, in the future, maybe. Who knows? I'm just flipping through your Google Drive now. Hey, find anything you like? Some yes, LMAO. I'm still remotely curious, though, at how much you've grown in the 2 years, LMAO. I'm sorry if that's weird, but like I just thought of it, seeing the my tiger tail pictures. There was one that I was like, that's absolutely Blade, LMAO. Oh my god, this gets even creepier. Then the world was plunged into a pandemic and everyone was forced to stay in their homes. People were bored and antsy, myself included, which caused me to cave and reciprocate the sexting. The problem then became that every conversation was routed towards that outcome. If I wanted to share things I was excited about or ask about their day, I would eventually be asked to jerk off. This motherfucker is creepy. Hey, it's been a while. It has. I've missed my jacking off, but... Dude, please donate. I can't believe I'm reading this right now. Please donate. Donate to my Cash App, PayPal, and Coffee. They're in the pinned message in the chat, as well as in the description box, because, oh my god, like, this gets wilder. Holy shit. Wow, my phone has been on Do Not Disturb. I hate responding late to things. I've been sick for, like, 3 weeks now, so I didn't really feel like talking. Technically, I'm still sick, but fuck it. Hey, that's okay. Hey, howdy. So have you been? Anything exciting? Fuck my life. Wait, why? Fat time, LMA. Oh my god, this person is so creepy. I'm waiting for my damn food to get here. LOL. Oh god, people are clapping in the street. The food has arrived. Time to die. Where'd you go? What? LOL, people are asking. On the Discord? Yes. I took my ice cream downstairs. I'm about to die in the bathroom. I regret everything. I'm about to expose your ass. Get ready. Wait, what? Bitch, we are your friends. It's okay, but prepare for the exposure. Bitch, what do you have on me? Hey, I know Cole is obviously not doing very well, but I just wanted to check how you were doing too. This can't be fun to deal with for anyone involved. I knew you want one of those Liquid Courage characters. What? To treat you like a hot dog? I need to revisit that comic for reasons. Shit. That shit. What the fuck? Shit every Sunday. Good shit. Yo, I woke up with the most aggressive morning wood. What a wonderful way to start the day. I'm so horny. You have the sex drive of a rabbit, and that's oppressive. LMFAO, you busy? Oh, fuck, you have to send me more video. How many videos did you send this fucking perv? Or this pedo? Jesus. I don't have any more right now, but I'll keep that in mind. God, that video sent was awesome, LOL. Bruh, what the fuck? Howdy, what's up? Not much. Waiting for my brother to get home so I can order food. Ah, gotcha. Up to anything? I have Minecraft open, but I'm not playing anything. Oh, poor Minecraft, LMAO. Up for a Dude, this person's career is over. And I hope the FBI finds a shit ton of CP on your server, or on your hard drive. I let this continue. This is afterward here. I let this continue for way longer than I should have, because at this point my concerns about the legality were no longer there to add to the uncomfortability. I completely cut contact midway through 2023 because I had too much going on in my life to constantly be hounded for sexual favors. Finally, dude, he was doing this till 2023. Oh my god, to constantly be hounded for sexual favors. Finally, telling myself that I was done. Allowed me to reflect and come to terms with the fact that we may have never been friends in the way I had wanted. I finally let myself think back on those times and realized that the situations I felt strong-armed into weren't something any 15 to 17-year-old was meant to experience. I was preyed upon because it was easy to do so, because I was socially awkward autistic child who idolized them. Where were your parents, bro? It took me an entire year after those realizations to feel comfortable telling close friends about the treatment I experienced for what had essentially been a third of my life at that point. It's been enough time that we can even joke about it, but that doesn't undo the damage it did to me. To this day, it has fundamentally hindered my ability to form close relationships with people out of fear that history will repeat itself. I don't blame them for that. After seeing their career taking off, with them getting role after role in things that have the capacity to give them a bigger platform, as well as recent testimonies I've heard from friends about their... I knew it! This was the only person he did this to! Predatory behavior, I feel a slight of duty to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. This is more than wanting justice for myself, and much more than the accountability that these documents always preach to seek. I want people to know that Kiba committed a crime. I like people to know that whether or not they were thinking about it at the time, this makes them a pedophile. And this motherfucker, and people, not this motherfucker, I'm sorry specifically, but people fucking say that drawings are the problem. No, they're not. There's pedos like this. And for those that don't fully believe that, although I'm under no obligation to provide further they've provided enough evidence, let's be real. I managed to recover images and videos that were sent to me back then, along with the metadata that shows when I received from them, or when I received them. For obvious reasons, the pictures themselves will not be shared, but I will link I'm not going to show this. I'm not getting taken down for this. Associated file information, here's the dates and all that too. If their family ever reads this document, I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I know how much you adore them, and under normal circumstances, I would never want to shatter that perception. To their partner, this person was in a relationship? Oh my god. I apologize for interacting with you as if nothing was wrong. This started years before we ever met, and I always felt immense guilt knowing that part of it was still happening while you were... Oh my god! They were cheating on their partner with this minor? Oh my god! Bro, you are so fucked! Personal thoughts here. Okay, as stated at the start of this document, I thought long and hard about whether or not I even wanted to post something like this. Partly because it puts a lot of attention on me for the wrong reasons. Dude, you are brave for this. You are. I will give you props. But also because it's hard to follow through on something that could damage the life of someone that I used to care for. After all the mistreatment over the course of years, part of me is always going to feel guilty for doing this, and I've learned that I just have to live with that. And because if I don't, then it all remains in the drafts, and I get to feel more guilty that this experience could happen to someone else when I had the means to prevent it. TLDR. Kiva Walker, Texas-based voice actor, solicited naked pictures and videos of me when I was 15 and continued to do so until I stopped talking to them when they were 22. Dude, this is fucking insane. This is wild. This man is sick. This is a sick person. Oh my god. You mofos, you collective shout terrorist Karens are going after like video games and shit when they're and also a lot just a Karen, not just collective shout terrorist Karens, but there's also Karens and Gary's doing it as well. And it's like, dude, you're not facing the real problem that there's on Discord. There's a grooming problem. There's a huge grooming problem. Everyone's known it for a long time, and they're not doing shit about it. This man better be locked up. This man better. Again, let's show you who this mofo is. This is the mofo doing this. That did this. This mofo. He is a predator. He is busted now, and he's going to be on a sexual predator list, at least I hope anyway. But man, please get the word out that this mofo is a predator. He is. Okay, let me make sure I don't have anything else before we get into these laws. Part of me is thinking that I should get into the China stuff first. But nah, I think we're going to get into the actual laws now. Let's see. That's a safety network. Here we go. Let's look at this Online Safety Act here. So this is the British Online Safety Act. I'm sorry it took like 2 hours to get into this, but I really feel like that the pedo shit was very important because people need to know that this because I found this before going live, and I'm like, yeah, I have to talk about it. This is really fucked up. I'm probably the only person talking about it. I know, and I got to shout out Anime Corner for pointing me in the right direction. I didn't know about this until I saw it from Anime Corner, so I'll give them a shout out for that. But let's get into this Online Safety Act here. The Online Safety Act of 2023 protects children and adults online. It puts a range of new duties on social media companies and search services, which we do have confirmation from Google and Bing that they are complying with this, by the way. The act gives providers new duties to giving them social media companies and services, giving them legal duties to protect their users from illegal content and content harmful to children. The act gives providers new duties to implement systems and processes to reduce risks. Their services are used for illegal activities and to take down illegal content when it does disappear. So here we go, the illegal content. As of March 17th, platforms have a legal duty to protect their users from illegal content online. Ofcom are actively enforcing these duties and have opened several enforcement programs to monitor compliance. So here's child safety. As of July 25th, 2025, platforms have a legal duty to protect children online. Why can't parents do parenting? Platforms are now required to use highly effective age assurance to prevent children. It's not highly effective. Shut the fuck up. It's not. To prevent children from accessing pornography or content which encourages self-harm, suicide, or eating disorder content. The eating disorder content is probably because of TikTok, let's be real. Platforms must also prevent children from accessing other harmful and age-inappropriate content, such as bullying, hateful content, and content which encourages dangerous stunts or ingesting dangerous substances. And platforms must also provide parents and children with clear and accessible ways to report problems online when they do arise. It's not that hard to do that. There's something called a report button. Fucking retards. A full explanation of the act, of how the act works and how it protects different groups is available in the Online Safety Act explanation. And they also created a guide for parents. But before we get into the Online Safety Act explainer, let's talk about this role of Ofcom here. Ofcom is the independent regulator it's an independent regulator. For online safety. It sets out steps providers can take to fulfill their safety duties in codes of practice. It has a broad range of powers to assess and enforce providers' compliance with the framework. Ofcom has strong enforcement powers, including the ability to investigate non-compliance, impose fines of up to 10% of qualifying worldwide revenue. And in the most serious cases of non-compliance, apply to the courts to block services. I mean, we have 4chan and Rule 34 blocking these fuckers for a reason. So here's the Ofcom guidance. Okay, so Ofcom's regulatory guidance and links to their work to protect users online. This information helps businesses, parents, and the public understand the Act's requirements and implementation guideline. We'll get into that. Okay, I think that's mainly it. All right, let's get into the wait, hold on a second. Let's do this first. So what does the Online Safety Act do? All right, so this is the Online Safety Act explainer. So as you know, we know it's a new set of laws that protects children and adults online. It puts a range of new duties on social. Yeah, we talked about that already. The strongest protections in the act have been designed for children. Platforms will be required to prevent children from accessing harmful and age-inappropriate content and provide parents. Yeah, okay, we got that. Let's see. The act will also protect adult users, ensuring that major platforms will need to be more transparent about which kinds of potentially harmful content they allow. There's something called safe search, you dumbass mofos. Safe search exists. You could turn off the porn searches results and shit. It's fucking retarded that they're saying this. And give people more control over the types of content they want to see. Google and Bing have safe search, you stupid fucks. Ofcom is the independent regulator. Yeah, okay, we got that. It will set out steps providers can take to fulfill their safety duties and code of practice. It has a broad range of powers, and obviously that. Let's see. Provider safety duties are proportionate to factors including the risk of harm to individuals and the size and capacity of each provider. And this makes sure that while safety measures will need to be put in place across the board, we aren't requiring a small You are full of shit! Small services with limited functionality to take the same actions as the largest corporations. You are full of shit! Because you're going after Rumble, you dumb fucks! You're going after Kiwi Farms, for fuck's sake. Which we will get to a little bit later. Let's see. And also you went, well, it's not Iowa's collective shout Karen's terrorist shit. So, yeah. Ofcom is required to take users' rights into account when setting out steps to take. And providers have simultaneous duties to pay particular regard to users' rights when fulfilling their safety duties. So this is who the Act applies to. The Act's duties apply to search services and services that allow users to post content online or to interact with each other. This includes a range of website, apps, and other services, including social media services, consumer file... Wait, what? Consumer file... You going after motherfuckers in the cloud? Like, stop. And sharing sites, video sharing platforms, online forums, dating services, and online instant messaging services. And the Act applies to services even if the companies providing them are outside the UK, should they have links to the UK. This includes if the service has a significant number of UK users. If the UK is a target market, or if it is capable of being accessed by UK users, and there is a material risk of significant harm to such users. Oh my god, I am not drunk enough for this. Seriously, please donate. And also, I don't have enough money to pay rent. Please donate to our Cash App, our PayPal, and Coffee. Those links are in the pinned comment and the description box. And if you look at the description box, if you donate at least $10, you'll get a free month of our Patreon content. And also, I will take more double shots and shit like that. So make sure you guys are doing that, because that would really make my life. Stop doing this phone. Oh, let's see what's going on here. Oh, that was just a payout. Okay. All right, so how the Online Safety Act is being implemented. All right, let's see how this is implemented. So the Act was passed on October 26, 2023, and now work is being carried out to bring its protections into effect as quickly as possible. And Ofcom published an updated roadmap setting out its implementation plans on October 17, 2024. And Ofcom is leading work to implement the Act's provisions and are taking a phased approach to bringing duties into effect. The government also needs to make secondary legislation in some areas to enable elements of the framework. And the Act requires Ofcom to develop guidance and codes of practice that will set out how online platforms can meet their duties. Ofcom must carry out public consultations on draft codes of practice before finalizing them, and the codes must be laid before Parliament before they take effect. And the main phases are set out below. All right, so let's see. There's a couple of duties here. There's a few duties here. So, duties about illegal content. The illegal content duties are now in effect. As of March 17th, Ofcom can now enforce against the regime. And and scope service providers must have now completed their assessments of the risk of illegal content appearing on their service, and the deadline to do so was March 16th. And the illegal harms codes of practice were provided by Parliament after being laid on December 16, 2024. And on the same day in December, Ofcom published its illegal content risk assessment guidance and its policy statement about protecting people from illegal harms online. Again, please share the stream out, because I think I'm the only person that's doing this, going through all of this shit. We got a lot of stuff to go through. So duties about content harmful to children. Ofcom published its guidance about use of age assurance to prevent children accessing online pornography in January 2025. And platforms that acknowledge their own pornographic content, known as Part 5 services, must take steps immediately to introduce robust age checks that meet Ofcom's guidance. And we have at least 3 services that we know of that are compliant with this. And after we go through the Ofcom laws, and also I know I got to go through the U.S. law as well, but at least after the Ofcom laws, we'll get into, maybe even the U.S. law too. We'll get into those platforms. I posted about 2 of them, or no, there's 4 of them, right? Yeah, there's 4 of them. I posted about 2 of them on Twitter. There's 2 more that you will only get exclusively here on the stream. So this is why I'm saying, please share it out. Let's see. Here, legal content assessment, risk assessment guidance, and its policy statement about protecting people from illegal harms online. All right, let's get to the children here. We know it's not about the children. Ofcom published its guidance about use of age assurance to prevent children accessing online pornography in January 2025, and platforms that publish their own pornographic content, known as Part 5 services, must take steps immediately to introduce robust age checks that meet Ofcom's guidance. The corresponding duty in the Act, Section 81, came into force on January 17, 2025, and Ofcom also published its Children's Access Assessment Guidance in January. And scope service providers had until April 16th to carry out a children's access assessment to determine if their service is likely to be accessed by children. On April 24, 2025, the Protection of Children's codes of practice were laid in Parliament, and Ofcom published guidance on how providers should carry out risk assessments for assessing the risk of harm to children. Services likely to be accessed by children now have 3 months, with a deadline of July 24, 2025 to complete their children's risk assessment. And the child safety regime will be fully in effect by summer 2025. See. So here's the duties for the categorized services. So some platforms will have to comply with additional requirements to enhance transparency and accountability. And the Act created categories of services, a service and threshold for each category. Category 1, 2A, and 2B were laid via secondary legislation on December 16, 2024. And once the regulations to set the thresholds have been laid and approved by Parliament, Ofcom will publish a register setting out which services fall into which categories, and will publish further codes of practice for consultation. And Ofcom expects to publish the register of categorized services in summer 2025, and consult on the codes of practice and where relevant guidance for the additional duties on categorized services by early 2026. So there's even more coming in early 2026. So this is the new offenses that the Act has introduced. So the criminal offenses introduced by the Act came into effect on January 31st, 2024. These offenses cover encouraging of assisting serious self-harm, cyber flashing, sending... Look at this shit right here. Sending false information intended to cause non-trivial harm. Oh, we know. We know about that. Like, we've seen that part of this harmful information includes grooming gang court transcripts. Oh, yes, we have. Let's take a look. Let me see if I can find it here real quick, because I want you guys to see this. that there's transcripts that are being censored because of this fuckery. Where are you? Where is this shit? I don't need you. Here it is. So this is the transcript being this tweet has been censored. The grooming gangs at trial summary transcripts are utterly grotesque. It's incredible. We have hold on a second. We haven't had mass civil unrest. Media reporting guidelines helped ball it up. Soon, some of these people are going to walk free soon. Yeah. And one of these people here, one of these people is Muhammad Karar. Says prepared this one girl for gang anal rape by using a pump to expand her anal passage. What the fuck? You subjected her to a gang rape by 5 or 6 men, and at one point she had 4 men inside. Oh my god, 4 men inside her. Dude, I feel bad for this girl. Holy shit. A red ball was placed in her mouth to keep her quiet. Not only was this person both involved in the commercial sexual exploitation of GH, you also used her for your own self-gratification. You both raped her when she was under 13. What the fuck? They are covering this. The UK government is covering this up. She was under 13, and when she was very young, although it is not clear whether she was under 13, they both raped her at the same time. Oral and vaginal anal. Oh my god. It happened on more than one occasion. And this is more than one occasion. Okay, this person, Muhammad Carr, on one occasion when GH was 12, after raping her, she threatened them with their lock knife. Your reaction was to pick up a baseball bat with a silver metal handle, strike her on the head with it, and then insert the baseball bat inside her vagina. Holy shit! They treated her as if she was a commodity. They branded her with their initials near her anal passage. Oh my god! Using a hot hairpin. If GH did not comply with their wishes, if they were not with other people, they would lose their temper with her. Oh my god! What the fuck? Yeah, there's the whoops here too. And then here's this. Due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until Twitter estimates your age. What the fuck, man? It's for both of these tweets. Holy shit, this is wild. This isn't a joke. This is not a joke. This is real. This is real shit, man. Again, let's go back to this. Sending false information intended to cause non-trivial harm, quote unquote. Threatening communications, intimate image abuse, and epilepsy trolling. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm sorry. These new offenses apply directly to the individual sending them, and convictions have already been made under their cyber flashing and threatening communications offenses. So this is the types of content this act tackles. So let's see what this illegal content is. The act requires all companies to take robust action against illegal content and activity, and platforms are now required to implement measures to reduce the risk of their services are used for illegal offending. They also need to put in place systems for removing illegal content when it does appear. Search services also have new duties to take steps to reduce their risks, the risk users encounter illegal content via their services. Mofo, you guys are censoring adults talking about the grooming games. The grooming games that you motherfuckers are letting go free. I'm telling you, there's something going on in a lot of these UK hard drives here. These UK Gary's hard drives. Platforms must also remove any illegal content where there is an individual victim, actual or intended, where it is flagged to them by users, or where they become aware of it through any other means. And the illegal content duties are not just about removing existing illegal content. They are also about stopping it from appearing at all. platforms need to think about how they design their sites to reduce the likelihood of them being used for criminal activity in the first place, and the kinds of illegal content and activity that platforms need to protect users from are set out in the Act, and this includes content relating to child sex abuse. Yeah, that's why you're censoring the grooming trials transcripts. Controlling our coercive behavior, which does fit into that too. Again, this does too. Extreme sexual violence, extreme pornography, fraud, racially or religiously aggravated public order offenses. Mofo, by this logic, the collective shout terrorist Karens would apply to this. Because they are Christians / Catholics. So, yeah. Inciting violence. Oh, not only that. Look at that. Inciting violence, illegal immigration, and people smuggling, huh? I wonder why they're censoring that protest content. This is why I love being part of the protest community, because we see shit that none of y'all see. We see the police violence. To be fair, a lot of the violence that we've seen on the UK streams are towards Antifa LARPers that are fucking stupid and don't comply anyway. So, yeah, and they're attacking the cops too. So, yeah, they kind of have it coming. I'm not gonna lie. But this shit though, no, ma'am, no. Promoting or facilitating suicide, intimate image abuse, selling illegal drugs or weapons, sexual exploitation, or terror. By their logic, they will be saying that the UK protesters that are protesting against legal immigration are terrorists. I know they're going to. Content 2, this is fucking wild. This is wild. Yeah, anime and manga games are... Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with that voice actor. Anime, manga, and video games are not the problem. There's an actual grooming problem happening, and mofos are refusing to acknowledge it. That's the problem. Okay, let's see. This is supposed to be protecting the children. You're full of shit. It's not. It's not because of this. Because of this? Racially or religiously aggravated public order offenses? Yeah. I don't think that's protecting the kids like you want it to. And as a Labour politician said, he admitted that this was not about the kids and this was about censoring adults online. So yeah. So protecting children is the heart of the Online Safety Act. Again, please share the stream out. Because we're, I think, one of the only people that's really going in depth in this law. And also, if you are loving what we're doing here, please, 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 please donate to our Cash App, our PayPal, and our coffee so we can pay our rent. And also, I'll even get drunker too, because I'm tipsy right now. Let's be real. I'm pretty damn tipsy. Damn it. My food is like over there. Oh, God. I'm going to have to make some toast or something eventually. So that absorbs the alcohol. But anyways, so although some content is not... Whoa! Look at that! Hold on a second! Look at that! Although some content is not illegal. It could be harmful or age inappropriate for children, and platforms need to protect children from... Fuck off, UK! Companies with websites in scope of the Act are that are likely to be accessed by children need to take steps to protect children from harmful content and behavior. AKA protest streams, which, by the way, you have protest streams on YouTube, on Instagram, well, not so much on Facebook anymore. The Facebook protest streams have moved more so to TikTok, and same with Instagram to an extent, moved to TikTok. There's also protest streams on Twitch as well. So you're asking to go after them, but the UK ones that I know of, because I do follow some of the UK protest streamers, they are on YouTube. Say hi, kitty. Kitty dance. Kitty dance. I had the best kitty ever. He's a good boy. We're in KittyCast now. We're in KittyCast. Please donate. Please donate. And I will do more kitty dances and do a hostile kitty takeover of the stream. Right, kitty? You want to take over the stream, right, cat? Or you just want belly rubs and lots of hugs? And that's a kissy kitties. He's a good kitty. He puts up, this cat puts up with so much of my shit. It's not even funny. He's a good kitty. He's a good therapy kitty, right? You good therapy kitties? You smart kitties? Hmm? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, kitty, why do you gotta be so cute? Why? You are distracting me. Hold on, let me make sure everything's okay here. On. Okay. Yes, he is the best kitty ever. He is. This is why you want to share out the stream, just for the kitty. So kitty can take over. And this will become kitty cast. Yeah, it'll be kitty cast. Kitty cast. Dancing kitty cast. Alright. There we go. Alright, so the categories of harmful content that platforms need to protect children from encountering are set out in the Act. And children must be prevented from accessing primary priority content and should be given age-appropriate access to priority content. The types of content which fall into these categories are set out below. There's pornography, which, by the way, because we're mentioning pornography here, I need to find it. I think it's down here. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. He's a good boy. He's a good kitty. Hold on a second. What is this? Okay, no, that's not it. Hi, kitties. Where are you? Oh, Baba. She's a good Baba. Well, we'll get to YouTube in a little later. But I want to show you what these mofos consider porn. Oh, I already covered you. I can get rid of that bookmark. Oh, before I forget, Bing is also enforcing safe search with no way to disable it, even if you're logged into an 18+ Microsoft account. Google isn't yet, but probably will soon. So this is what it says here for the safe search for Bing. Damn it, Microsoft. Your country or region requires a strict Bing safe search setting, which filters out results that might return adult content. If you're seeing adult content, tell us about it so we can filter it in the future. And to learn more about your safe search requirements in your country or region, see how Bing delivers safe results. Oh, we'll get to this online petition. We will. Oh, yeah, there's this with the Kadokawa. I'll do that later. I'm trying to find the... oh, yeah, while I'm at it. For those of you that are 86 anime fans, it is, according to Sugoi Light, it is in... the production decision has been confirmed for the sequel. What it means is the wording's clear implication is production decided. It has not been in production at all. So I want to make sure that I mention that. Oh, we'll get to you. Let me try and find this real quick. Oh yeah, before I forget this as well. So if you're a World Trigger manga reader, or in my case, reader and cover it, World Trigger is going on another hiatus due to Daisuke Ashihara's health, which is to be expected at this point. His Ashihara has really bad health. He does. It's his neck and his spine was where it is, really. It's kind of, whereas with Tagashi for Hunter x Hunter, who actually likes World Trigger as well, his is like in his lower back. With Ashihara, it's in his neck. And we should just be grateful that we get World Trigger at all, to be honest. I'm surprised it hasn't gone quarterly yet. Oh yeah, Viz botched more localizations too. We'll get to that a little bit later. Well, yeah, I already covered you. Wait, did I... Stop it. There we go. There was something else I wanted to get to. Oh yeah, now I remember. Where is it? Oh yeah, and also VPN stocks are to the moon right now because UK VPN demand surges 1,400% as age verification laws take effect. Wikipedia faces ban, and Twitter users report content block. We already proved that's true. I'm not sure about the Wikipedia stuff, but yeah. Oh yeah, there's this too. We'll get into that later. Oh yeah, and also Pokemon's doing a collab with Baskin Robbins Japan, which is not fair. We should be having one here, but we never get nice things. Yeah, and as it said here, they can't even replies anymore for Madame Savvy's tweets. That is wild. We'll get to that in a little bit. Because we got to talk about Jim Jordan as well. Let's see. Come on. Oh, yeah. We got to talk about this too. Oh, we got to talk about the person behind this too. We'll do that after we're done with the UK law. Because, oh, man. I found the person behind all this shit. But there's something else I wanted here. Well, this involves American law, so yeah. Oh, while I'm here anyway, Junji Ito was inducted into the Eisner Award Hall of Fame at Comic-Con, which is freaking awesome. And he also responded to me and said thank you, which made my life. Where is this? Oh, well, this is the one I know I need to get into, but there was something else. Here it is. This is what I wanted. Is this. So this is what they consider porn. Because this is why I was here. So in terms of pornography, let me get this into another tab. Is that what they consider pornographic content, other than content which consists only of text or consists, again, this explains the grooming bill and all that, consists only text accompanied by identifying content which consists only of text, other identifying content which is not itself pornographic content, gifts are considered porn now, oh my god, which is not itself pornographic content, an emoji or other emojis are porn, oh my god, any combination of content mentioned in subsections paragraphs 1 to 4. Then the suicide content is content which encourages / promotes or provides instructions for suicide, which technically is against TOS. So yeah, they're just passing a law to pass a law at this point. Same with self-injury content as well. Content which encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for an act of deliberate self-injury. Again, that is pretty much a TOS thing for the majority of social media. And eating disorder content, which that one is definitely specific for TikTok. Content which encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for an eating disorder or behaviors associated with an eating disorder. So basically what that is, for those of you that don't know, there's something on TikTok called Skinny TikTok, which a lot of these people on there are encouraging starving themselves. So basically anorexic and shit like that. That's what I understand that. All right, now this is where it gets interesting, okay? Because you have a lot of these Karens, especially the collective shout Karens, that are extremely Christian, and they are anti-trans and shit. They're like, oh, this is going to get rid of the trans shit. No, it's not. It's not getting rid of it in the UK. Because this is priority content that is harmful to children, content which is abusive or incites hatred, targets any of the following characteristics: race, religion, Islam falls onto that, obviously, sex, sexual orientation, so LGBT, obviously, or LGBT at least, or yeah, at least LGB anyways, because that's different, or yeah, disability or gender reassignment. So yeah, they're going to be protecting the trans people, and that means J.K. Rowling might be fucked. Content which incites hatred against people of a particular race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation, who have a disability, or who have the characteristics of gender reassignment. So yeah, you're not getting what you want, Rad Femmes, which, by the way, the collective Shout Terrorist Karens, at least the head of them anyway, wrote something about being Rad Femmes. So yeah, they're radical feminists. They are. Violent content, content which encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for an act of serious violence against a person. And this is content which depicts real or realistic serious violence against a person and depicts the real or realistic serious injury of a person in graphic detail. So yeah, they're coming after video games. They're coming after anime. They're probably coming after cartoons. And they're coming after manga and maybe even comics as well. Then there's bullying content, which is content in particular be bullying content if it is content targeted against a person which conveys a serious threat, which is already against TOS, not gonna lie, is define humiliating and degrading. Define that. Forms part of a campaign of mistreatment. Dude, the Karens are gonna use that. You know that for a fact. And also, this is Ofcom using that shit to crack down on anti-immigration protests too. So dangerous stunts and challenges content. Content which encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for a challenge or stunt. Basically TikTok is fucked. Highly likely to result in serious injury to the person who does it or to someone else. And then there's the harmful substances content, which is content which encourages a person to inject, inhale, or in any other way self-administer a physically harmful substance, and a substance in such a quantity as to be physically harmful. Basically, they want to be Big Brother or Big Parent or whatever. And this is where I said freedom isn't free. And the collective Karens have shit to say about this too. Ofcom must carry out its functions, compatibility with fundamental rights in accordance with its duties under the Human Rights Act of 1998, including the right to freedom of expression under Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Any limitation on the right to freedom of expression must be prescribed by law, pursue a legitimate aim, and be necessary in a democratic society. So, by this logic, the protests are legal. In order to be necessary, the restriction must correspond to oppressing social need. Wait a minute. In order to be necessary, the restriction must correspond to a pressing social need, and it must be proportionate to the legitimate aim pursued. Both the definition of content that is harmful to children and the requirement for Ofcom to prepare this guidance are set out in the Act and pursue the legitimate aim of protecting children from harm online. We have had careful regard to the right of freedom of expression in producing this guidance. I call bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. It is open to services as a commercial matter and in the exercise of their own rights, freedom of expression, to allow or prohibit content that is harmful to children so long as they abide by the Act. And for example, some services likely to be accessed by children may choose to allow adult users to share particular types of PPC on a service. It is open to them to do this. And this guidance is intended to help service providers identify particular content types to ensure that regardless of whether it may or may not be prohibited on a service, they take appropriate measures to ensure that the relevant children's safety duties are met and child users are protected or prevented from encountering such content. And service providers will need to ensure in doing so that they also comply with data protection laws. And service providers should be mindful that sections 22 and 23 of the Act set out that when services are deciding on implementing safety measures and policies, they should have a particular regard to users' rights of freedom of expression. This law is contradicting itself! Oh my god, it is such a contradiction! By including examples within this guidance that do attract protection under the Human Rights Act of 1998, we are not suggesting that these forms of content should be taken down or allowed from the service. You are full of shit! You're taking down protest footage, you dumbasses! Rather, such content should be treated in accordance with the relevant duties. We are mindful that certain forms of speech attract a high degree of protection under the right of freedom of expression, and we acknowledge that there needs to be strong justification in the public interest for restricting certain forms of speech under Article 10, including for children. So, for example, we are mindful that journalistic content, artistic content, and educational content all warrant careful consideration in particular. What do they consider educational content is the question. As such, we have set out more detail on these content types below and throughout our guidance. We have sought to exemplify the circumstances in which this content may or may not meet the definition of PPC and PC. Yeah, so these people are fucking wild. The Brits are wild. They are going after everything. Everything. Again, please, I can't stress this enough. Please share the stream. Please like it so we get seen on the algorithm. Of course, keep commenting in the chat, and if you're watching afterwards, in the comment section. Like, this is shit that no one is talking about. So here's the age-appropriate experiences for children online. So the Act requires social media companies to enforce their age limits consistently and protect their child users. In my opinion, people under the age of maybe like 16, maybe 15 at most should not be on Twitter. Or should not be on social media in general. Because, why I say 15, 16-ish is because colleges post out their information on Twitter, for example. I don't know about Instagram and TikTok, but I know on Twitter they do. So, and I think on Facebook they do as well. Yeah. And what measures are being used to enforce this age limit and enforce this consistently? So, I call bullshit on this. Adults will have more control over the content they see. That is a lie. You have more control over the content that adults can see. Large user-to-user services, known as Category 1 services, will be required to offer adult users tools which, if they choose to use, will give them greater control over the kinds of content they see and who they engage with online. Adult users of such services will be able to verify their identity and access tools which enable them to reduce the likelihood that they see content from non-verified users and prevent non-verified users from interacting with the content. This will help stop anonymous trolls from contacting them. Motherfucker, you're not gonna stop shit! And also, what do you consider credible? I know what I consider credible because I've written like multiple essays in various formats when I was in college. So I know what a college credible source is. These mofos are not saying what a credible source is. And fuck you and your anonymous troll shit. See, speaking of the anonymous trolls. Yeah, they want to get rid of privacy on the internet, let's be real. Following the publication of guidance by Occam, Category 1 services will also need to proactively offer adult users optional... They already do! Oh my god, they already do! At the first opportunity to help them reduce the likelihood they will encounter certain types of legal content. And these categories of content are set out in the Act and include content that does not meet a criminal threshold but encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for suicide, self-harm, or eating disorders. These tools are also apply to abusive or hate... Dude, this is in the social media TOS! A hate content, including which such content is racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, or misogynist. The tools must be effective and easy to access. They are, though! They're already easy to access! The problem is that mods, looking at you, Twitter specifically, are not doing shit about it! That's the problem. These mofos, especially some of the ones Elon is kind of endorsing, are anti-Semitic as fuck, and he hasn't done shit about it. So, yeah, I understand what this act is trying to do, but it already exists. It's like politicians trying to do something just because they need to do something. The act already protects children from seeing this content, and the act will tackle suicide and self-harm content. Oh, God. Like, this is no surprise. Again, this is what TOS is for. Motherfuckers are just not reporting them. At least on Twitter, anyway. Jesus Christ. Oh, hold on a second. Following a letter from the Secretary of State in September 2024, Ofcom set out their approach to regulating small but risky platforms. Ofcom has established a dedicated small but risky supervision task force to monitor such services and move to rapid enforcement where there is evidence of noncompliance with their duties to tackle illegal content and where relevant content that is harmful to children. And the Act also requires large services, Category 1 services, to uphold their terms of service where they will remove or restrict content or suspend users. Look, government shouldn't be doing this shit. This is already part of TOS. If you look at, in the case of Twitter, for example, if you look at report content, right? This shit is already there. So, yeah, the government's being fucking retarded. They're trying to take away shit that's already, part of TOS. Jesus Christ. Let's see. The act, okay, these companies must also have effective reporting and redress mechanisms in place enabling users to raise concerns about companies' enforcement of their terms of service if users feel that companies are not fulfilling their duties. They aren't, but it shouldn't be government to do. Government should not be intervening with that. No. This is something that users need to do. And be like, look, mofos, there's this content here that needs to be taken down that violates TOS. Let's see how the Act is going to be enforced. So Ofcom is now the regulator of online safety and must make sure that the platforms are protecting their users. Once the new duties are in effect, following Ofcom's publication of final codes and guidance, platforms will have to show they have processes in place to meet the requirements set out by the Act. And Ofcom will monitor how effective those processes are at protecting internet users from harm. Ofcom will have power to take action against companies which do not follow their new rules. And companies can be fined up to 18 million pounds or 10% of their qualifying worldwide revenue, whichever is greater. Criminal action can be taken against senior managers who fail to ensure companies follow information requests from Ofcom. Ofcom will also be able to hold companies and senior managers where they are at fault criminally liable if the provider fails to comply with Ofcom's enforcement notices in relation to specific child safety duties or to the child sexual abuse and exploitation on their service, which, as you know, we kind of saw that's happening on Discord. And in the most extreme cases, with the agreement of the courts, Ofcom will be able to require payment providers, advertisers, and internet service providers to stop working with the site, preventing it from generating money or being accessed from the UK. I feel like that is economic terrorism, but anyways, how the Act affects companies that are not based in the UK. Okay, let's see what this is, because Trump said that this is bullshit, basically, and we'll get to Trump a little later, but especially including that executive order that was done when he got into office. But the Act gives Ofcom the powers they need to take appropriate action against all companies in scope, no matter where they are based, where services have relevant links with the UK. And this means, so basically, Rumble should not be on your radar. This means services with a significant number of UK users or where UK users are a target market, which Rumble is not. I don't like Rumble, but still. So I will defend them on this, as well as other services which have in scope content that presents a risk of significant harm to the people in the UK. Well, based on this logic, you're going to get rid of Twitter, you're going to get rid of YouTube, you're going to get rid of TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, because the shit that you're saying here that is harmful and inappropriate is protest content, which is on all those platforms. How the Act will tackle harmful algorithms. All right, let's see what this says here. Oh, and it says the Act's going to... forget protecting the men or boys. Nah, we got to protect the women and girls. The Act requires providers to specifically consider how algorithms could impact users, exposure to illegal content, and children's exposure content that is harmful to children as part of their risk assessments. Providers will need to take steps to mitigate and effectively manage any identified risks. This includes considering their platform's design, functionalities, algorithms, and any other features likely to meet the illegal content and child safety duties. And the law also makes it clear that harm can arise from the way content is disseminated, such as when an algorithm repeatedly pushes content to a child in large volumes over a short space of time. And categorized services will be required to publish annual transparency reports containing online safety related information, such as information about the algorithms they use and their effect on users' experience, including children. Let's see how this does protect women and girls, because it really doesn't. No, because what you did, motherfuckers, is you blocked protest content and you blocked the grooming gang shit. That doesn't protect women and girls, you dumb fuck. Much of the most harmful illegal content, online content, disproportionately affects women and girls. And the act requires platforms to proactively tackle this. Illegal content includes harassment, stalking, controlling or coerced behavior. Again, this is part of the TOS, you stupid fox. Extreme pornography and intimate image abuse. A lot of this is covered under TOS. But whatever. All user-to-user and search services have duties to put in place systems and processes to remove this content when it is flagged to them. The measures companies must take to remove illegal content will be set out in Ofcom's Code of Practices. And when developing these codes, Ofcom is required to consult with the Victims Commissioner and Domestic Abuse Commissioner to guarantee that the voices of and views of women and girls and victims are reflected. So, yeah, those grooming gangs that you're hiding, that you're blocking, blocking them protects women and girls, right? The act also requires Ofcom to produce guidance that summarizes in one clear place that the measures that can be taken to tackle the abuse that women and girls disproportionately face online. Yes, we women bully each other. I was cyberbullied too, okay? Not as much, it's not as bad as it is now, but yeah, it happens. This guidance will ensure it is easy to access platforms to implement holistic and effective protections for women and girls across their various duties. On February 25th, Ofcom published their draft guidance for consultation. This guidance will be subject to a 12-week consultation with finalized guidance published by the end of the year. And all companies in scope of the act should refer to this guidance when implementing protection for users. All right, this is going to be interesting. We're getting into how the act tackles misinformation and disinformation. Exactly. This is why we should keep the politicians and activist groups in check, which is right. But I would be doing it more, but the algorithm is suppressing me, which really fucking sucks. So please, please, please make sure you are sharing this stream out, liking it, keep commenting in the chat, if you're watching this post stream, comment in the comments, obviously, and please help me out here. Donate to our Cash at PayPal and Coffee. The links are in the description as well as in the pin message. Let's see. All right, so the Online Safety Act takes a proportionate approach to mis and disinformation by focusing on addressing the greatest risk of harm to users whilst protecting freedom of expression. Mis and disinformation will be captured by the Online Safety Act where it is illegal or harmful to children, and services will be required to take steps to remove illegal disinformation content if they become aware of it on their services. And this includes the removal of illegal state-sponsored disinformation through the foreign interference offense, forcing companies to take action against a range of state-sponsored disinformation and state-linked interference online. And companies must also assess whether their service is likely to be accessed by children, and if so, deliver additional protections for them. This includes protections against in-scope mis- and disinformation. Well, misinformation by them, of course. Category 1 services will also need to remove certain types of mis- and disinformation if they are prohibited in their terms of service. Why write this when it's already in the terms of service? And the Online Safety Act also requires OCOM to establish an advisory committee on disinformation and misinformation to build cross-sector understanding of mis- and disinformation. The advisory committee has now appointed a chair and plans to have its first meeting in April 2025. This is fucking wild, man. This is so wild. All right, so let's get to this independent review of pornography regulation, legislation, and enforcement. The past 2 decades have seen a dramatic change in the way we consume media, interact with content online. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I get rid of a couple of things here. Where is this? Wait. Online. Yeah, I don't need you. I think I finished you too. Yeah, I finished you. Okay. Separate to the Online Safety Act, the Independent Pornography Review was announced to assess the regulation, legislation, and enforcement of online and offline pornographic content. And since December 2023, the review was led by the independent lead reviewer, Baroness Gabby Burton. The Independent Pornography Review's final and its recommendations to government were published on February 25th, 2025, and the findings of the review continue to be assessed by the government. This is just, it's wild, isn't it? It's so wild. Oh, there's this. Come on, load. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see if we need anything else from here. Because I really don't want to read like this. This thing is so fucking long. Let's see. Oh, the duty of care. Okay. Oh, gosh. Let's get into the duty of care stuff, because that's something that's really important here. Let's see. All providers of regulated user-to-user services must comply with the following duties in relation to each such service which they provide. The duties about illegal content risk assessment, the duties about illegal content set out in Section 2-2-8, the duty about reporting, content reporting, the duties about complaints procedures, and the duties about freedom of expression and privacy set out in section... Ooh! Hold on. We might have to jump there. This is just so much. Oh my god. Not commencement. That's not what I'm looking for. I think the online thing basically did what this does. Said what this does. The sections set out the duties about risk assessments which apply in relation to regulated user-to-user services that are likely to be accessed by children, blah, blah, blah. I think we covered this for the most part. Yeah, I think this was basically covered. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, we need to get to section 22, I think. Yeah, let's get to section 22 and see if I need this stuff. Hold on. Duties to protect news publisher content. To give the recognized news publisher question notification which specifies the action that provider is considering taking, gives reasons for that proposed action, which is basically subject to subsections, blah, 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 in relation to a service to take this steps out in subsection before taking action in relation to content present on the service that is news published content, or taking action against a user who is a recognized news publisher. But they already did that! Here's what the steps referred in subsection 2. To give the recognized news publisher in question notification which specifies the action that the provider is considering taking, gives reasons for that proposed action by reference to each relevant provision of the terms of service, where the proposed action relates to news publisher content that is also journalistic content, explains how the provider took the importance of the freedom of expression of journalistic content into consideration when deciding on the proposed action, and specifies a reasonable period within the recognized news publisher made to make representations and to consider any representations that are made and to notify the recognized news publisher of the decision and the reasons for it addressing any representations made. This is so... all this government shit. Oh my god, I fucking hate this fucking legalese. If a provider or service reasonably considers that... one second. Damn it. Fucking spam call, go away. Let's see. Would incur criminal or civil liability in relation to news publisher content present on the service. If it were not taken down swiftly, the provider may take down that content without having taken the steps out in subsection 3. Hold on. Yo, hold on a second. Let me make this bigger. This right here. That a provider of service may also take down news publisher content present on the service without having taken the steps set out in oh no, this wasn't the one I wanted. Was this? Excuse me. If a provider of a service reasonably... Stop being a fucking dick. Come on. Where are you? Damn it, I lost my spot. Oh, we talked about that already, but where is that shit? Assessment, user empowerment, children interpretation. What's this one? Yeah, this is further down. Where is it? Oh, why is this interpretation? Okay, yeah, this is not what I was looking for. Where are you? That's information, blah, 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 blah. Here's something interesting. Alright, so this is duties to protect content of democratic importance. Let's see what it says here. A duty to operate a service using proportionate systems and processes designed to ensure that the importance of the free expression of content of democratic importance is taken into account when making decisions about how to treat such content, especially decisions about whether to take it down or restrict users' access to it. Yeah, you're taking down protest streams, you stupid fucks, and whether to take action against a user generating, uploading, or sharing such content. A duty to ensure that the systems and processes mentioned in subsection 2 apply in the same way to a wide diversity of political... Wait a minute, hold up. A duty to ensure the systems and processes mentioned in subsection 2 apply in the same way to a wide diversity of political opinion. Okay, we see this here and it's like, dude, you're taking down protest streams. That's diversity of political opinion, you dumb fucks. A duty to include a provision in the terms of service specifying the policies and processes that are designed to take account of the principle mentioned in subsection 2, including in particular how that principle is applied to decisions mentioned in that subsection. And a duty to ensure that provisions of the terms of service referred... Oh god, I fucking hate legalese so much. Look how fucking long this is! Jesus Christ! In determining what is proportionate for the purposes of subsection 2, the size and capacity in the provider of service in particular is relevant, and for the purposes of this section, content is content of democratic importance in relation to a user-to-user service. If seriously, please donate to my PayPal, Coffee, and Cash App. Please, this is fucking wild that I'm going through this legalese on stream. If the content is news publisher content in relation to that service or regulated user-generated content in relation to that service, and the content is or appears to be specifically intended to contribute to... then why get rid of the fucking protest streams? Because this is what it does. The content is or appears to be significantly intended to contribute to democratic political debate in the UK, which the protest content does, and you took it down. See, this is why I'm going through the legalese here. Because there's some bullshit up in here. And there's shit up in the proposed U.S. law we'll go over too. And the section, the reference of to taking action against a user is to giving a warning to a user or suspending or banning a user from using a service or in any way restricting a user's ability to use a service. And for the meaning of news publisher content and regulated user generated content, section 55. I fucking hate this legalese. Oh my god! Okay, here's what I was looking for. The duties to protect news publisher content. I'm glad that I went back up there, though. Where is that shit, though? Wait. Okay, I think I read that part. Okay, for the purposes of this section, a provider is not to be regarded as taking action in relation to a news publisher content in the following circumstances. A provider takes action in relation to content which is not news publisher content. That action affects related news publisher content. The grounds for... So basically going against like the BBC or Sky News for the action only relate to the content which is not news publisher content and is not technically feasible for the action only to relate to the content which is not news publisher content. And a provider takes action against a user, and that action affects news publisher content that has been uploaded or shared on the service by the user. Dude, like this bill is a huge contradiction. It is. These fuckers are going against the law. They are. 192 providers judgment in the about the status of content applies in relate to the U.S. law is way short of this. Holy shit. In relation to judgments by providers about whether news publisher content amounts to a relevant offense, as it applies in relation to judgments about whether the content is illegal content. All right, so in this section, references to news publisher content are to content that is news publisher content in relation to the service in question, which, yes, protest streams are considered news content, whether you like it or not. References to taking action against a person are to giving a warning to a person or suspending or banning a person from using a service or in any way restricting a person's ability to use a service. And in this section, references to taking action in relation to the content are to taking down content, restricting users' access to content, or adding warning labels to content except warning labels normally encountered only by child users. And also includes references to taking any other action in relation to content on the grounds that it is content of a kind which is the subject of a relevant term of service but not otherwise. And oh my god, Jesus Christ. Relevant term of service means a term of service which indicates to users in whatever words that the presence of a particular kind of content from the time it is generated, uploaded, or shared on the service is not tolerated on the service, which protest content is, by the way. It took, like, some of my protest streamer friends to, like, as in the case of YouTube anyway, to go against these fuckers. They had to fight against them, let's be real. But, yeah, they're back up. TikTok is a different story. TikTok has been taking down protest content as well. Or is tolerated but liable to result in the provider treating it in a way that makes it less likely that others will encounter it. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see what these duties to protect journalistic content are, because this is definitely relevant. A duty to operate a service using proportionate systems and process designed to ensure that the importance of the free expression of journalistic content is taken into account when making decisions about how to treat such content or whether to take action against a user generating, uploading, or sharing such content. All right, let's see. A duty in relation to a decision by a provider to take down content or to restrict access to it, to make it a dedicated and expedited complaints procedure available to a person who considers the content to be a journalistic content and who is the user-generated, uploaded, or shared the content or the service, or the creator of the content. Let's see. God, legalese sucks! Jesus Christ! A duty, right, let's see. The duty includes terms of service specifying by what methods content present or on the service is to be identified as journalistic content. Protest streams are journalistic content, whether you like it or not, UK. How the importance of the free expression of journalistic content is to be taken into account when making decisions that get mentioned in subsection 2, blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ, look how long this goddamn thing is. For purpose of this section, content is UK linked if United Kingdom users of the service form one of the target markets for the content or the only target market. Again, Rumble is not included in this. The content is likely to be interesting to a significant number of United Kingdom. Oh my god, that is why they're doing this to Rumble and to like what's the one I was thinking of? Yeah, Rumble, Reddit, Discord, like all of them. That's what this is! Oh my god! The creator of content other than news publisher content is an individual who created the content and is in the United Kingdom, or an entity which created the content and is incorporated or formed under the law of any part of the United Kingdom. But you're taking down protest streams! For the meaning of news published content, regulated user generated content, and recognized news publisher. Jesus Christ. 55 and 56. Oh my god, god damn it, damn it, damn it. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's content reporting. Nah, we don't need that shit. Dude. A complaints procedure, Jesus Christ. Look how long this complaint procedure is, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is what I was looking for, was duties about freedom of expression and piracy, or privacy. That is very important. Hold on a second, let's see where we're at. Please keep getting the views up. We are only at, according to my thing on my dashboard on OBS, there's only 7 viewers here. Get the views up. Let's share this out, like it, and all that shit, because this is the truth on how fucking insane this bill is. Alright, so this is what's important though, the freedom of expression and privacy. The section sets out duties about freedom of expression which apply in relation to regulated user-to-user services. Alright, let's see. When deciding on and implementing safety measures and policies, a duty to have particular regard to the importance of protecting users' rights to right to freedom of speech with freedom of expression within the law, which is obviously they're not doing. When deciding on and implementing safety measures and policies, a duty to have particular regard to the importance of protecting users from a breach of any statutory provision or rule of law concerning privacy that is relevant to the use or operation of a user-to-user service. So here's the duty. All right, let's see for category 1 services like Twitter. When deciding on safety measures and policies to carry out an assessment of the impact that such measures or policies would have on users' rights to freedom of expression within the law and the privacy of users. Dude, you are not doing that! You're requiring age verification shit! That is going against this! But I tell you, this law is a contradiction. To carry out an assessment of the impact of adopted safety measures and policies on the matters mentioned in paragraphs of section A, subsection 2, and subsection 2, subsection 2. Jesus Christ. An impact assessment relating to a service must include a section which considers the impact of the safety measures and policies on the availability and treatment on the service of content, which is news publisher content or journalistic content in relation to the service. And then there's the duty to keep an impact assessment up to date and publish impact assessments. And a duty, and here it says, a duty to specify in a publicly available statement the positive steps that provider has taken in response to impact assessment to protect users' right to freedom of expression. This law is saying they're trying to protect freedom of expression, but they're not. They're not doing it. And you're not protecting the privacy of users when you're collecting people's data, you stupid fucks. And this section, oh god, Jesus Christ. Keep it. Alright, let's take a look at this about keeping and review duties. Let's see. A duty to make, this law is a fucking contradiction. A duty to make and keep a written record in an easily understandable form of all aspects of every risk assessment under section 9 or 11, including details about how the assessment was carried out and its findings, and a duty to make it and keep a written record of any measures taken in or used and comply with the relevant duty, which are prescribed in code of practice and recommended for the purpose of compliance with the duty in question, and apply in relation to the provider and service in question. Oh my god, this is fucking wild! Wild! If alternative measures have been taken or are in use to comply with the relevant duty, a duty to make and keep a written record containing the following information: the applicable measures and a code of practice that have not been taken or are not in use, and the alternative measures that have been taken or are in use, and how those alternative measures amount to compliance with the duty in question, and how the provider has complied with Jesus Christ, 49, subsection 5, freedom of expression and privacy. Dude, this law is so fucking wild. Hold on a second. Ofcom may provide that particular descriptions or providers of user-to-user services are exempt from any or all, any of all the duties set on this section and may revoke such an exemption. Dude, this shit gives Ofcom way too much power. Ofcom has published details of any exemptions or revocation under the subsection 7, including reasons for the revocation of an exemption. This is wild. Oh my god. Okay. We know about the duty of care. Okay. Alright, let's see. So this is what the duty of care is supposed to be. It's the search of content on the service, the design, operation, and use of the search engine in the UK, and in the case of a duty that is expressed to apply to in relation to users of a service, the design, operation, and use of the search engine as it affects UK users in the service. Dude, this is some dystopian shit. Oh my god. Alright. The search engine of a combined service. All right, let's see this. A duty set out in this chapter which requires a matter to be included in publicly available statement may be satisfied by including the matter in the terms of service. But they do include it in the terms of service, and you're saying fuck you to that. References in this chapter, blah, blah, search to a search service are to be read as references to the search engine. Jesus Christ, man. Oh god, this law is so fucking long. Oh my god. I think we got the gist of this. Oh god. Harmful aid presented by search content, blah 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 blah. Jesus Christ, this is so fucking long. What's this about duty about content reporting? A duty to operate a service using services and processes that allow users and affected persons to easily report search content which they consider to be content of a kind of specified below. Oh my god. So there's illegal content that is harmful to children. I know, Kitty. This is so long. Look at this shit. Alright, let's look at this, though. About freedom of expression and privacy, because this is where I'm like, yeah, this is a contradiction. The section sets out the duties about freedom of expression and privacy, which apply in relation to all regulated search services, and when deciding on and implementing safety measures and policies, a duty to have particular regard to the importance of protecting the rights of users and interested persons to freedom of expression within the law. Let's see. And when deciding on and implementing safety law measures and policies, a duty to have a particular regard to the importance of protecting users from a breach of any statutory provision or the rule of law concerning privacy that is relevant or to the use of or operation of a search service, including but not limited to any such provision or rule concerning the processing of person. Hold up a second. When deciding on implementing safety measures and policies, a duty to have particular regard to the importance of protecting users from a breach of any statutory provision or rule of law concerning privacy that is relevant to the use of operation of a search service, including but not limited to any such provision or rule concerning the processing of personal data. These fuckers are breaking their own law, Kitty. They're breaking their own law. They are. Because no one but people like me are reading this thing, huh? Yeah, probably. Here's record keeping and review duties. Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh, God, this law is so fucking long. Please donate so I can keep going through this without losing my mind. So, a duty to make it, keep a written record in an easily understandable form of all aspects of every risk assessment under 26 or 20, whatever. Include details about how the assessment was carried out and its findings. And a duty, dude, Jesus Christ. A duty to make and keep a written record of any measures taken in or used to comply with relevant duty which are described in the code, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Ofcom may provide that particular descriptions of providers of search services are exempt from any... Whoa, hold on. Providers of search services are exempt from any or all the duties set on this... Dude, this law is fucking pointless! Oh my god! Jesus! What's the point of this law, man? Besides being a pain in the ass. Like, seriously, this law has already been broken, for fuck's sake. This is insane. Oh my god, this is insane. Fuck that children's access assessment. Nah, we don't need that shit. Now we're getting to fraudulent advertising. Jesus Christ. Must operate serving use proportionate systems and processes designed to prevent individuals from encountering content consisting of fraudulent advertisements. Dude, it's called using your brain and coming to conclusions and researching and figure out which service is fraudulent or not. This law, by proxy and Ofcom too, they're fucking fraudulent. This law, from what we've read, this law is proof of that. It's a contradiction, man. See. Oh god, don't need this shit. Fraud says I think I got the main shit that I wanted from this, which is like the freedom of expression and stuff like that. Wait, what's this? Okay. Should we codes of practice? More fucking legalese. Whoa, hold on. Secretary of State's power of discretion. Hold up. The Secretary of State may direct Ofcom to modify a drafted code of practice submitted under Section 43(1) if the Secretary of State believes these modifications are required for the purpose of securing compliance with an international obligation of the United Kingdom. Dude, the Secretary of State has too much power. Holy shit. The Secretary of State may direct Ofcom to modify a directive code of practice other than a terrorism or CSEA code of practice, and if the Secretary of State believes that modifications are required for exceptional reasons relating to national security. Again, this is where the protest streams come in. Public safety, again, the protest streams, and probably the grooming shit. Public health or relations with the government out of a country outside of the UK. What? The Secretary of State may direct Ofcom to modify a draft of a terrorism or CSCA code of practice if the Secretary of State believes that modifications are required for reasons of national security or public safety or for exceptional reasons relating to public health or relations with the government of a country. Dude, this is written like twice. Like, what the fuck, man? Fuck you, legalese. But if a draft of terrorism or CSCA code of practice is submitted under Section 43(1), following the review under Section 47(2), the Secretary of State might not only direct Ofcom to modify the draft if the Secretary of State believes that modifications are required for reasons of national security or public safety. Dude, the Secretary of State's behind a lot of the fuckery! Oh my god! Jesus Christ, man! This is insane. If the Secretary of State considers that publishing and laying before Parliament a direction given under this section would be against the interests of national security, public safety, or relations with the government of a country outside the United Kingdom, which are going to be dealing with the U.S., mind you, subsection C, subsection 7, subsection C does not apply in relation to the direction, and the Secretary of State must be, as soon as reasonably practicable, publish and lay before Parliament a document stating that a direction has been given, the kind of code of practice which it relates, and the reasons for not publishing it. What the hell? This is insane. Oh my god. This is wild. Jesus Christ, look at this shit! This law is so goddamn long! Let's see. If there's anything else here that I think I need to go over. Effects code of practice. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, I think we got most of that. covered. Well, that explains a lot about Ofcom must provide guidance for providers of Category 1 services to assist them in complying with their duties set out. I don't think, but Rumble doesn't qualify as that, and I don't think Kiwi Farms does either. Oh, God. Ofcom must produce guidance for providers of Part 3 services, which contains examples of content or kinds of content that Ofcom considers to be or consider not to be a primary priority content that is harmful. Dude, Ofcom has way too much power. Or priority content that is harmful to children. This is fucking wild. Let's see if... Yeah, I think we covered most of this. Dude, like, these chapters are... What the fuck is this? So they're just repeating themselves over and over again. This is wild. Oh my god. Okay. So let's see what the recognized news publisher means any of the following entities. The BBC, Sinal Pedwar Simru, and the holder of a license under the Broadcasting Act 1990 or 1996, who publishes news-related material in connection with the broadcast... Dude, so that's why they're going after the protest streamers. Because protest streamers are independent journalists. Oh my god. That explains a lot. Let's see. But here's the thing, though. Like, BBC, Sky News is not part of there either, what I noticed. Interesting, huh? But the thing is like, the BBC and Sky News and shit do use protest stream footage. So, that's a load of bullshit, too. Oh my god. This legalese writing is straight up 1984. Oh my god, it is. Then there's search content, search results, etc. Dude, the fuck is this, man? Look at this. We're not even halfway done with this. They're hoping that we're going to give up. I know it. What's it called? Yeah, I'm not drunk enough for this, and I'm not getting paid enough for this. I'm not. This is insane. This is batshit insane. Like, it's repeating itself over and over again. Which is typical legalese shit. Let's be real. Oh, here's user identification. Here we go. It's not... User identity verification is not until, like, section 64 of this fucking law. Oh, my God. So, I'm glad I kept going through this. A provider of Category 1 service must offer all adult users of the option to verify their identity. If identity verification is not required for access to the service, the verification process may be of any kind, and in particular, it need not require documentation. What? It not need required documentation to be provided. So basically a selfie, that kind of thing. Right, Kitty? But, like, by this logic, the law has already been broken. Right, Kitty? The law has been broken, right, Mr. Keith? Please donate so the kitty can dance. Kitty could dance more. Donate. Please donate and also share the stream. Like the stream. We need to defeat the algorithm. That is Zeno's words here, not mine and Zeno's words. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Wait, did I miss anything from here that's important? We do have the verification surfaces too, by the way. Okay, let's see what the Ofcom guidance is here real fast. Ofcom must provide guidance, blah, 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 and providing the guidance including revised or replacement guidance. Ofcom must have particular regard to the desirability of ensuring... Oh, that's the loophole. That's the loophole is this. Ofcom must have particular regard to the desirability or ensuring that providers of Category 1 services offer users a form of identity verification likely to be available to vulnerable adult users. Oh my god! They gave up. See, like, this is why I'm like, this law is a contradiction. before producing the guidance, Ofcom must consult the Information Commissioner. Persons who Ofcom considers to have technological expertise relevant to the duty, Sound 64 1, and persons who appear to Ofcom to represent the interest of, hold on a second, persons who appear to Ofcom to represent the interests of vulnerable adult users. Who are these vulnerable adult users? Are the question. Who? See? It's not going after. It's not for the children. It's after the vulnerable adults too. That's what they're trying to do. I see through the bullshit. I do. I see through the bullshit. Let's see, that is something. Okay, we know this shit. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. NCA information sharing. Wait. The exercise of any function of Ofcom under the Online Safety Act. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, here we go. Terms of service, transparency, accountability, and freedom of expression. Duty to not act against users except in accordance with terms of service. What's the point then? Terms of service exist. You don't need this shit. Provider of Category 1 service must operate the service using proportionate systems and processes designed to ensure that the provider does not take down regulated user-generated content from the service, restrict users' access to regulated user-generated content, or suspend or ban users from using the service, except in accordance with the terms of service that exists already! This is wild. Nothing in subsection 1 is to be read as preventing a provider from taking down content from a service or restricting users' access to it or suspending or banning a user if such an action is taken. Oh my god. Let's see. This is insane. This is batshit insane. Let's see. Affected person means a person other than a user of the service in question, who is in the United Kingdom and who is the subject of content, member of a class or group of people. See, this is where they're getting the immigration protest. Is this a member of a class or and also technically the anti-trans activists too, with a certain characteristic targeted by the content, a parent of or other adult with responsibility for a child who is a user of the service or the subject. Dude, oh god, this is insane. Let's see. Why the fuck is deceased child users here? Oh my god. Let's see. I think we got everything from this, at least. Jesus Christ, this is batshit insane. Unless you didn't pornographic content that is published or displayed on the service by the provider of the service or by a person acting on behalf of the provider. Blah 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 blah. Regulated provider of pornographic content in relation to internet servers means provider pornographic content then other than content within blah. Yeah, this is the GIF. Yeah, okay, now this is just repeating itself. All of this is repeating itself. This is so insane. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is just straight up repeating itself, and it's unfucking believable. Oh my god, this is so unbelievable. Let's see. Okay, now this is like getting to amendments and shit like that. Huh, yeah. Yeah, now this is getting to amendments. All right, this law is batshit crazy, and I do not have enough donations or viewers to keep going with this. Yeah, this is UK. Thank you for sharing the stream. Please keep sharing the stream. If we get enough viewers, I'll come back to this. But like, I want to show you the difference between this, where are you, US law, and the US law. Because the US law is not like multiple pages repeating itself over and over again. No. Here's the text for it. See, it's not. Look at that. Oh, that's tiles, not text. I'm sorry. Dude, this is a long one too, but I don't think it's as long, though. It's not. I don't think it is. Hold on a second. Did I see emoji here? I thought I saw emoji for some reason. But this is the US law. It is long as fuck too. Oh my god, it is. And there is a duty, similar to the UK, you notice there's a duty of care. That is there. There's a safeguard for minors. We're not going to look at the market research and shit and the age verifications, stuff like that either. But I want to look. You need to look at the transparency and the disclosure. I think that's the main things we need to look at. Yeah, prior to registration or purchase of a covered platform by an individual, that platform known as a minor. This is a minor platform shall provide clear, conspicuous, and easy to understand notice of the policies and practices of the covered platform with respect to safeguard for minors, information about how to access the safeguards and parental tools required under Section 103, which 103, I think had, is this a safeguard? Is this where it is? Where's the freedom of speech thing here? Oh, there's this though. It shall the dark patterns prohibition. It shall be unlawful for any covered platform to design, embed, modify, or manipulate a user's interface or of a covered platform with the purpose of substantial effect of obscuring, subverting, and impairing user autonomy, decision making, or a choice with respect to safeguards or parental tools required under this section. Oh, look at this! Time considerations. And no interruption to gameplay. It says shall not require an online video game to interrupt the natural sequence of gameplay, such as progressing through game levels or finishing a competition. Let's see. That's the safeguards. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay. Online video game from disclosing a username or other. Whoa, hold on a second. Prevent an online video game. Again, it says nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent an online video game from disclosing a username or other user identification for the purpose of competitive gameplay or to allow for the reporting of users. Okay. Where is this? There's something else that was missing that I saw for the Constitution that I want to mention. Where are you? Wait, maybe it is under transparency and I just missed it. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. Dude, these laws are fucking insane. Reasonable inspection. That's not happening. Here we go. Cooperation with independent third-party audit to facilitate the report required by subsection C. A covered platform shall provide or otherwise make available to the independent third party conducting the audit all information and material in the possession or custody or control that is relevant to the audit. Okay. Not the market research shit. Come on. State generals. This is so insane. Oh my god. There's going to be a kids online safety council. Yeah, that's not going to do shit. Final report. Blah, blah. Oh, look at this. Preempt the Children's Online Privacy Protection of 1998 or any rule and regulation under the Act. This says nothing in this title shall be construed. Nothing in this title, look at this here. Nothing in this title, including a determination described in subsection B, shall be construed to require the affirmative collection of any personal data with the respect of to the age of users that covered platform is not already collecting in the normal course of business, or covered platform implement an age gating or age verification functionality. Interesting. There's the filter bubble transparency. This is so goddamn insane. Oh my god. Let's see. There's unfair and deceptive acts and practices. Relationship to the state laws. The provision of this act shall preempt any state... Yeah, this is what I need. Rule or regulation only to the extent that such state law, rule, or regulation conflicts with the provision of this act. Nothing in this act shall be construed to prohibit... and shall means definite. Like, there's no way around it. Prohibit a state from enacting a law, rule, or regulation that provides greater protection to minors than the protection provided by the provisions of this act. We already saw this! We're seeing this happening with the red states. And severability, if any provision of this act or an amendment made by this act is determined to be unenforceable or invalid, the remaining provisions of this act and the amendments made by this act shall not be effective. So shall, again, that's a key word. Shall means definite. There's no loophole in legalese. But yeah, the UK one, I would say the UK one is a lot worse than this. I would. This is, this is batshit insane. It is. But here's the thing with the US law, though. I want you to look at this. It was introduced. Here's the actions that we have here for this. It says, read twice and referred to the Committee on Commerce, Science, Transportation, and sponsor introductory remarks on the measure. Yeah, that's all. It's only been introduced, and that was in May 2025. Yeah, I already mentioned that. So Rule 34, by the way, let's talk about some of the, see, this is what I was talking about. The protest content is getting censored. If you have a standard Twitter account in the UK, presumably the vast majority of British users, you cannot use any protest footage, you cannot see any protest footage that contains any violence because of the Online Safety Act. That is wild. So here's the ones that, the platforms that have blocked the UK. So we have 4chan, that blocked the UK, or here's Rule 34 first. So, Gunner TLDR site blocked in the UK to comply with regulations. Your government is dumb. We're looking into solutions. Come to our Discord and cry about it. There's a petition if you want to vote against it, and text you don't want to read. We regret to inform you that the UK Ofcom requires us to verify your age before granting access to our cartoon website. So that's for Rule 34. And here's for 4chan. Oh, that's the Discord. Discord has already been, the Discord age verification is just, yeah, it's bad because of Death Stranding's photo mode. Both PC Gamer and like another user verified this. So, gotta love it. So this is what it says here. So starting July 25th, in accordance with the UK's new Online Safety Act 2023, 4chan will immediately block and cease all access to all its content for visitors from the UK and British overseas territories. The UK law requires extensive monitoring and verification filters of our platform for its internet subjects, of which our small dedicated team is neither equipped nor capable to comply effectively. and accordingly with HM National Security Intelligence Establishment. So here's the thing, though. Remember what we saw in that law about how this is not supposed to be targeting smaller platforms that are not marketed to the UK? That's a load of bullshit, obviously. We do not want to compromise our user base, 4chan, privacy, liberty from consequences, and freedom of expression to meet these overwhelming demands. After a difficult yet considerate interest of both UK users and UK national security concerns, it has been decided that UK ISPs and domains will no longer be able to view nor engage with any content on the site or its functions on July 25th. And we want to thank our UK regulars for their participation throughout the years on this site during both good and bad times. And with a heavy heart, it is such important. As such an important moment to part ways for both your nation's security considerations and the presence of visitors from other countries. And the aforementioned decision will only affect visitors and regulars from the UK and its British territories, so like Ireland and shit. So base 4chan for that. 4chan is awesome for that reason. But this is what Chris Middleton said here about the laws. Hold on a second. Let's go back up here for a second in my quote retreat. It's 250 pages. I knew it. I forgot that Chris tweeted this. It's 250 pages of confusing legalese, which, we saw. This is the UK law. Its vague wording leaves even experts unclear on its full requirements. Right? You saw this law. It's 250 pages, and it's confusing as fuck. It's not just confusing. It's very contradictory, too. Experts have derided it as incoherent and authoritarian. Dude, it really is. You saw this law. It's so insane. The alleged goal is to protect children, but the approach is so broad it ends up undermining the very freedoms it claims to defend. Yes, we saw this. We saw this on the stream. How insane this bill is. So let's see what this is. We already mentioned that there. What does the act do? It creates a new duty of care, which we see in the U.S. law too, as well, where it does mention in the subsection, in one of the sections here. Come on, work with me. It mentions here in 102 about the duty of care. Jesus Christ, come on, work with me here. We saw this. Dude, this is literally in the fucking UK bill too. Contributing factor to such harms like eating disorders, suicidal behaviors, which again is already on the fucking terms of service, depressive disorders and anxiety disorders when such conditions have objectively verifiable and clinically diagnosable symptoms and are related to compulsive usage. Dude, that means I would be banned because I have general anxiety disorder and I have bipolar, which depression is part of. Or technically my general anxiety disorder is part of my glorious bipolar. Both depression and anxiety disorder. God, I fucking... So, yeah, discriminating against disabled people. Yeah, that's right. And by the way, bipolar, which is me, I am considered disabled by law. So, yeah, you're kind of going against people like me. And that goes against ADA. So, on you, this law is flawed. For that reason. Patterns of use that indicate compulsive usage. Yeah. I know it's for minors, but it's like, dude, you're fucking stupid. Physical violence or online harassment activity that is so severe, persuasive, or objectively offensive that impacts a major life activity of a minor. Dude, cyberbullying has been happening for years. And technically it is against terms of service. It's just people aren't reporting it. Sexual exploitation, abuse of minors, distribution, sale, or use of narcotic, drugs, tobacco products, cannabis products, gambling, or alcohol. So, bye-bye, oh my god, what's the wording I'm looking for? Gotcha games. Bye-bye, gotcha games. Financial harms caused by unfair or deceptive acts or practices. Like, this is... Jesus Christ. But anyways, yeah, that duty of care is in the U.S. bill, too. That was my point. This means platforms must proactively detect and remove illegal and quote-unquote illegal and harmful content, age verification to block under 18s from adult material, private messaging apps must scan for banned content. WhatsApp and Signal warn this poses an unprecedented threat to encryption and privacy. Say goodbye to private messaging? Yes. The act pressures encrypted apps like WhatsApp and Signal to monitor user chats for illegal content, which experts say could require breaking end-to-end encryption. Also, Telegram would be included in this too. And Ofcom claims it won't enforce this. That's a lot of bullshit. They're already enforcing it. But the legal power remains. A backdoor to your private messages is now on the table. Again, this is batshit insane. This is... see. Age checks and the death of anonymity. Any site with the adult content must now implement high effective age verifications. That means face scans, government IDs, credit card checks. This applies far beyond just porn, which is true. This, as we saw, this is beyond porn. This is beyond porn. There's other shit too involved. A hacked database of verified users, a privacy nightmare, we saw with the T app, obviously. Privacy nightmare waiting to happen. Anonymity online is under serious threat. And the net is cast wide. This isn't just about big tech. The law covers any site that allows users to share or interact. That includes forums, messaging apps, cloud services, open source platforms, even Wikipedia. And Wikimedia has already launched a legal challenge, which is awesome. Will it make us safer? No. Criminals, obviously, will use VPNs, encrypted tools in the dark web. The act does nothing to stop that. And meanwhile, everyone else will be surveilled, censored, and blocked. A UK survey of IT professionals found just 14% of the law is fit for purpose. And here's the censorship and chilled speech here. The act pressures platforms to delete harmful content, even if legal leading to automated takedowns of art, satire, or dissent. And new offenses for serious psychological harm, quote unquote, risk criminalizing heated debates. That is very true too. Platforms will over-censor to avoid fines, stifling free speech. And here's the state control of speech. Ofcom can now order takedowns to block entire websites for non-compliance. And we saw this, as we saw in the law with the Secretary of State, can shape what content is prioritized or suppressed, which, again, we did see. The UK government now has indirect control over online speech. And this is a global precedent here. If Britain normalizes this level of online control, others will follow. Motherfucker, China already does this! It's the same with North Korea! Other Western countries will copy. I know they're Eastern, but still. Digital rights groups warn it's a blueprint for repression. It's a tale as old as time, invading our privacy under the pretense that it's for our safety. And the bottom line is the Online Safety Act fails to make the internet safer, but succeeds in undermining encryption, privacy, free speech, and innovation. And legitimate concerns about how about harm have been used to justify authoritarian overreach. And as it says here, the fight isn't over. Wikipedia is suing. Tech firms are pushing back. A government petition, by the way, it's over 300,000. We'll look at it. Safety online matters, but not at the cost of our freedom to speak, browse online, browse anonymously, or to communicate securely. I say this law must be challenged. Duh, it should be. The U.S. would challenge this. Let's see. What do you guys think of this situation? It's crazy. We saw it, as this person said here, we saw what it's doing about the legalese and shit. 250 pages of this shit. It's insane. Well, I gotta get back to my bookmark page here. Here we go. As I said, it was never about the poor and protecting the children. It's never about that. Yeah, but Discord does have a grooming problem, but the UK has a rape game problem. And here's the we showed you the using Death Stranding. You could go around Discord. I don't need you. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier in terms of the U.S. publishers. Yeah, the UK is bending the knee to the emboldened Karen, so hopefully Elon Musk tells these fucks to pound sand. So this is what, again, Coralie Allison reposted this. Great news for the UK. Twitter acts like a porn site. Twitter does not act like a porn site! You fucking Karens are stupid! Porn is just part of it. It's not a porn site, which these motherfuckers can't define. And allows, porn with no age consent verification, by the way, so let's treat it accordingly. Musk has been told Twitter must block children from all pornographic content on this platform by Friday or face the prospect of multi-million-pound fines. These people are nuts. Nuts. Dude, it's crazy. So yeah, like a bitch, Collective Shout privated their tweets. And, where is this? Oh yeah, okay. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot. Okay, yeah, there's this. Okay, press X to doubt digital abuse. Female gamers speak out. While we were, here we go. Let's see. So digital abuse, female gamers speak out. This quote came from from a gamer and survivor who spoke out against platforms selling rape games. I call bullshit, not just for herself, but for every woman who's been silenced, sidelined, or abused. Motherfucker, you trying to silence us women who are against you? Fucking idiots, seriously. While we were calling for rape and incest title No Mercy to be pulled from Steam, many female gamers spoke out against games with trivialize there we go, men's violence against women. Survivors of sexual abuse plus assault themselves, they objected to their experiences being turned into entertainment. Motherfucker, that is a minority! You dumb assholes! Many women have reached out to us privately. I call bullshit. Silence from speech. You're trying to silence us women, you dumb Karens! Publicly, knowing the abuse plus threats of violence that they will be subject to if they do. They thanked us for... dude, I got called a pedo for defending Lolicon and other manga and anime art, by the way. And I've been sent death threats, too. I'm like your asses, I show my death threats. I've been called everything in the book. Including racist, leftist, conservative. I've been called a Nazi. I've been called everything. Man, it's crazy. If they do, they thank us for our campaign to get CSEM, rape plus incest games off of Steam plus itch.io. You're standing with the minority, though. The majority of women are against you, you dumb fucks. Let's see if I'm making sure I missed anything else here. Okay, I didn't miss anything else here. These Karens don't understand. They can't. They could see themselves naked or went to the locker rooms. Collective Shout did block. I got blocked by them too. I have a badge of honor from them as well. And same with from the head Karen to boot. She blocked me too. So we'll get to no-coast a little bit later, but let's get into like some of the age verifications that we're seeing here from the UK, the fallout here. So we have Grindr here, which is bending the knee. So how Grindr meets the standard. We designed Grindr's new age check to prioritize privacy and safety while making the experience as straightforward as possible. Here's what you can expect. Choose how you verify. To confirm they are 18 or older, though using Grindr in the UK, complete a quick video selfie or pair a video selfie with an official photo ID. And one-time account bound flow. So the process only needs to be completed once per Grindr account. Anyone signing up will be prompted during registration, and those already on Grindr or opening the app in the UK will be asked to complete it as well. And no access... we'll get to FaceTech, because I have them and some of the other companies. No access until the process is completed. Those in the UK will not be able to access Grindr until they complete the age assurance process. And in partnership with FaceTech, Grindr utilizes biometric verification technology from FaceTech while independently managing all data processing to ensure your privacy is protected and access is restricted to adults. So this is the ID that you can have here. So professional driver's license, international driver's license, passport, British Army ID card, past proof of age, residence permit, Young Scot National Entitlement Card, that's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie, Northern Ireland Electoral ID Card, United Nations Refugee ID Card, and United Nations Driver's License. So this is how your privacy stays intact. To protect your privacy, any documents and videos you provide are only used for age assurance, are securely encrypted during the process, and are permanently deleted once age assurance is complete. Grindr will not retain the documents or videos you provide. I call bullshit on that. Grindr only retains information about which age assurance method you choose and whether you passed or fail. So outside the UK, if you're outside the UK, you won't see this verification flow unless you open Grindr while visiting the UK. In that case, the process will apply just the same. And the bottom line is this is a fast one-time check that helps keep Grindr safe, secure, and for adults only. We'll continue monitoring global standards and evolving our tools to prioritize user safety, privacy, and rights. And that's not the only one we found. We found Blue Sky is in on this too. So part of Blue Sky's mission to create a more open and decentralized social web is helping users feel safe and in control of their experience. And we always try to balance safety with privacy and free expression with civility. To achieve our mission, we also work with governments around the world. In the UK, the Online Safety Act requires that online platforms take specific steps to reduce the risk of children seeking harmful content. Since certain parts of that act come into effect later this month, we are making some changes for people in the UK. So this is for the UK. We'll use Epic Games Kids web services to give our UK community choices about how to verify their age. If you're in the UK, you could choose between methods like credit card verification and face scans. And for people who are under 18 or don't want to go through this process, we'll make adult-appropriate content inaccessible, and we'll disable features like direct messaging. That sucks that you're going to disable direct messaging. That's stupid. If you're in the UK, you'll see a notification on our platform when this update takes effect and a way to report unwanted content. So there's that. In addition to these updates, we'll continue to look at how we're doing to shield children from unwanted content and how we can improve. Mofo, there are so many death threats on Blue Sky. It is wild. So this is the program they're talking about, the KWS, the Kids Web Services. Basically, it's a parent verification platform that makes it easy for you to create safe and compliant digital experiences for young adults. We'll get into the terms of service in a minute. So the parent verification enables you to verify the identity of the person designated as the parent of a child using your app. You collect the parent's email address within your product interface and pass it to KWS. KWS then presents the parent with a web-based interface to perform the verification. Why do you need to verify the identity of the parents? Well, and this is for Epic Games, mind you. Developers of digital service such as apps and games may need to verify the identity of parents who give consent for their children to use certain features of those services in order to comply with digital privacy laws such as COPPA and GDPRX. And disclaimer, any information presented here is for informational purposes and is not legal advice. Yeah, that should not be legal advice. Jesus Christ, this is so wild. There's the couple. We don't need to fucking see that shit. So this is the personal information they're going to collect. KWS says it's account information, verification information, device and usage information, and customer support information. And the information we collect relating to your child includes the following: age information, unique ID, a unique user ID for the child, which we link to you, permissions, preferences, and country and language. And this is the other legal or regulatory processes, obviously. Where required by law, to comply with legal processes, to permit use, to pursue available remedies, including commencing or responding to any claims, to enforce or apply our terms, to protect the security of or integrity of our services, to protect the rights, property, interests, or safety of KWS, our employees, customers, or users, or for risk management purposes. So yeah, Google is compliant with the Online Safety Act, just like with Bing. That's going to be the case. If you believe Google isn't following the rules of the UK Online Safety Act or has used proactive technology other than in accordance with our terms of service, you can report this. Well, we gotta just keep reporting it, man. Please keep getting the views up. We need more donations, which we have not gotten more of in a minute. Yeah, I think that is the case here. Well, let me just double check and make sure I'm not losing my mind. Yeah. Please, 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 please keep donating. I really need this money. I'm even going, like, because we're behind, we're like 4 hours, I'm going to keep going because there's a lot of stuff that I want to at least cover here. So this motherfucker here is from Aussie. He's an Aussie Karen. He says this: our ban on social media for kids under the age of 16 starts in December. It's an important step in protecting from the cesspit of social media. Nah, you shouldn't be doing this shit. Nah, that's a parent's job. Stupid fucks. Yeah, I'm not going to do this one. Oh, yeah, we need to do this. So, allegedly, and this is according to LinkedIn. They're LinkedIn. I want to make sure I have all of them here. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. This is in order of when I want to do it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. So, so Collective Shout and founder Karen should be applauded for creating a safer online spaces, especially for women and children, by having thousands of rape and incest games removed from itch.io. But instead, they are continuing face-to-face... Wait, oh my god. Fucking grammar, man. Facing horrific abuse of themselves, receiving death threats, rape threats, and being doxxed and defamed with lies, now including on LinkedIn. Motherfucker, where's the proof of this? We got nothing. Yeah. Yeah, she said... The head Karen said she and her female colleagues had received a deluge of death and rape threats on Twitter. We didn't see any of them, as well as doxing to incite violence against them. Dude, your public information is public information. That is not doxing. She said itch.io was deleting 20,000 games, going far beyond her request to ban sexually violent games, which have ramped up the abuse. Motherfucker, you stop the fuckery. We know that you Collective Shout Karens. Hey, kitty, get out of there. Fat kitty. Want to ban everything. Stop. Hey, stop it, kitty. Hi, cat. Kitty was being naughty kitty, but he is running Kitty Cast now. Please donate. Donate. The Cash App, PayPal, and coffee are in the pinned comment, as well as the description box. Oh, God, I don't want to be stressing about Red, but Jesus Christ, this is why that's part of the reason why I'm still going, even though we're, like, past the 4-hour mark. If you have stayed past this point, thank you so goddamn much for doing it. I know it's a pain in the ass. Well, it shouldn't be a pain in the ass, but still. But anyways, now, the Collective Shout Karens, the terrorist Karens, have gone against Elon, are claiming Elon Musk's actions have put them at greater risk. So this is what she said: we will not be silenced by gamers' threats and abuse. And predictably, misogynistic gamers have come out in full force in defense of their access to rape, incest, and child abuse games. And they have unleashed a torrent of abuse and threats of violence against the women on our team. And across multiple online platforms and via email to individual staff members, which they have no proof of, by the way. These men, you never know if they're women too, by the way, have threatened to rape and kill us, send us porn and child sexual abuse material, posted photos of our faces, called us motherfucker, you are cunts! And rape, no one's called you rape me! I'm sorry, no one has called you rape me, but cunts, I can see it. Encouraged us to kill ourselves. If you're doing that, that's a bad thing, don't do that. Threatened to make rape... No one's threatening to make rape porn of you! Like, who is doing that? Where's the proof? And using our images and hunted down our addresses. Head Karen says, Mr. Musk was amplifying the worldwide online abuse by reposting the change.org petition against us. So basically, going against you is abuse, huh? Musk's actions that fueled threats of violence, harassment, and digital abuse of our all-female team across all platforms and forced us to take extra measures for our personal safety. Motherfucker, you brought this upon yourself, for one thing. Elon Musk is calling you out on your bullshit. Rightfully so. You are full of shit. There's no proof that you're doing this. None. I said these Karens are fucking insane. Responding to news of our latest... Oh, Kitty, he's just a sweetie, Kitty. Oh, he's such a good boy. You saw that? He nuzzled me. That was cute. Campaigns manager Caitlin Roper, Karen, campaign manager Karen, said this: "We recognize mainstream porn overwhelmingly depicts men's violence and abuse of women." She claims that freedom of speech violations for porn are being used as a defense of misogyny and male violence against women. This is batshit. I'm using batshit insane a lot in this stream, but this is batshit insane. I don't think men's speech should trump the rights of women and girls. I don't think your speech should trump the rights of women and girls either, Catholic Karen, because they are Catholic. I'm sorry, you have to deal with that. Violence and dehumanization of women should not be acceptable outcomes of free speech. We also have to consider, Kitty, whose voices are being heard and are being motherfucker, you Karens are trying to silence us women. They called Madame Savvy a man, for fuck's sake, because they disagree with her. This is the same kind of shit that we see from aunties that call people porn addicts for defending drawings against these psychos. Oh my god. We also have to consider that blah 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 blah. Does free speech apply to women to survive? Free speech applies to everyone, you dumb cunt. To survivors of rape and sexual assault? Do we have a right to object to speech that promotes and normalizes violence against us? This is a holy fallacy. This is a fallacy right here. A false fallacy. Oh my god, these Karens are nuts. These Karens are batshit crazy. They literally believe violence and dehumanization. But what about the violence and dehumanization of men? That's apparently acceptable free speech. Stupid bitch, I swear. Dumb ass bitch. So here's the Karens taking a victory lap. And also we have something from what's the fucking name of this organization here? Where are you? Here we go. From the IDGA as well about the itch.io situation, but we'll get to that in a second. We welcome itch.io's announcement following our calls to take down games promoting rape and sexualized violence against women. And itch.io has revealed its new adult content guidelines following the de-indexing of all its not safe for work content due to pressure from payment processors. Let's see. itch.io then provides blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. We encourage other platforms to follow suit and remove rape, sexualized torture, hey, they add sexualized torture in here too! Incest and child abuse games. They're adding more and more to this. Oh yeah, I got that one too. Sure I'm not missing any other ones because I think there are before I get into this press release. What is this? Come on. Oh, we forgot about Spotify. Okay. Let's look at Spotify real quick. So this is what got weird for Spotify. Besides like the checking, we'll get to this too in a minute. By 9:30 I will get to that. Because that Yoti is one of the other organizations they're partnering with. A lot of organizations are partnering with businesses and all that. So, you cannot use Spotify if you don't meet the minimum age requirements for the market you're in. If you cannot confirm you're old enough to use Spotify, your account will be deactivated and eventually deleted. And if your account was deactivated due to an inaccurate age estimation, you can look for the email in your inbox, which allows you to reactivate your account within 90 days of deactivation, and then go through ID verification. If we still can't confirm you're old enough to use Spotify, or if no action is taken within 7 days of reactivation, your account will be permanently deleted. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. We'll get to Yodi in a minute. We will. There's just so much. Dude, that fucking UK law really fucked everything up. But yeah, these Karens are just like my former friend who went against, canceled me 2 years ago for doing the same tactics, which I can't work with my local contingent. That sucks. That really sucks, man. We'll get to that in a little bit. Oh, Kiwi Farms. Okay, we gotta look at Kiwi Farms. So, this is what it says here. The UK's Ofcom has been monitoring the Kiwi Farms availability in the UK. They have given us an ultimatum to block UK citizens from visiting the site by July 30th. Dear Representative, I'm sorry, the name is funny. Local Inc. Local LSC. That's just funny. I'm sorry. That is so funny. We, Ofcom, the United Kingdom's online safety regulator, note that as of July 23rd, the full Kiwi Farms website, including posts, comments, and images, appears to be accessible to UK users, having previously been made unavailable to UK users following our communication with you, last dated April 29th. Considering the development, please clarify the following by no later than 1700 British Standard Time on July 30th. Whether Local LLC intends to... God, I'm sorry, that's just so funny. Intends to reinstate these restrictions, and if so, the expected timeline for doing so. And if there is no intention to reinstate the restrictions, the measures Local LLC has taken or plan to take ensure compliance with the Online Safety Act. As outlined previously, the purpose of OSA is to protect UK-based users. Of internet services from exposure to illegal content that may be harmful to children. Again, listen to this. The purpose of OSA is to protect UK-based users of internet services from exposure to illegal content and material that may be harmful to children. So yes, it's all about censoring. It's all about adults, censoring adult content. It's like monitoring adults. Let's be fucking real. The OSA requires that providers of services with links to the UK take action to protect users based in the UK. It does not require them to protect users based anywhere else in the world. So why are they going after things like Kiwi Farms and Rumble? I do not know. Wait, okay, yeah, I covered that. All right, that's what I thought. And Kiwi Farm said the response is going to be really funny. So these Garys are doubling down. And I love the community out here. The act requires platforms to verify user's age, which requires platforms like Twitter to upload government-issued IDs. But yeah, this is what it says. This is the act you would scrap. Makes platforms do. Detect and remove horrific child sexual abuse content using hash matching. Prevent grooming and stop. It's not going to do that. Stop it. Prevent grooming. The irony is that they are blocking the grooming content. Let's be the grooming transcripts for the the groom gangs and shit. But yeah. Prevent grooming and stop strange adults messaging kids. Keeps children's profiles and locations hidden. Stop kids seeing porn. It's simple. We're protecting children. Reform our protect. These motherfuckers are saying the people that want this law reform, this 250-page law of batshit insanity, are protecting predators. Motherfucker, you are protecting predators because you censored the grooming, the UK grooming gang's court transcripts. You are protecting the groomers, whether they like it or not. They are. If you want to overturn the Online Safety Act, you're on the side of predators. It's as simple as that. No, you're not. You're not. No. You are trying, but you are protecting the grooming gangs, Gary. Stupid fuck. Hold on, let's see. I think I have like one other thing here. So this is what he did. So Peter Kyle voted against. This is someone asked Rock if Peter Kyle voted against a new national inquiry into grooming. Yes, he did. He voted against a Tory amendment calling for new national inquiry into grooming gangs during the January 8th debate on the children's well-being in school bills. All voting Labour MPs opposed it. However, the government later announced a full statutory inquiry in June 2025 following a review. So this motherfucker is calling us, or people that want, the bill to be reformed, protecting predators. Which, you're the one protecting predators, Gary. Besides, it was because of some child who got into the Vic drama and got into the woke war, but oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. That really sucks. Here's for me, though. I don't believe in cancel culture. I don't. I hate talking about, like, canceling and shit like that, because I don't believe in that shit. So in Aussie, there's this, too. YouTube will be, included in Australia's world, first ban on social media for teenagers. The federal government announced on Wednesday, reversing an earlier decision to exempt the platform. And Aussie's e-safety commissioner last month urged the government to overturn the proposed exemption for YouTube after its research found 37% of children aged 10 to 15 reported seeing harmful content on the platform, the most of any social media site. There's already porn on YouTube, let's be real. Other social media companies such as Facebook and Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok had argued an exemption for YouTube would be unfair, which it kind of is unfair, actually. Social media has a social responsibility. This is the Prime Minister who needs to get his fucking hard drive checked. Social media has a social responsibility, and there's no doubt that Australian kids are being negatively impacted by online platforms, so I'm calling time on it. And social media is doing social harm to our children, and I want Australian parents to know that we have their backs. They don't want Aussie parents to parent their kids. Come on. Social media firms will be fined up to $49.5 million from December if they break the law, which passed through federal parliament in November. Let's see, am I missing anything else here? Oh, this is what the YouTube person said. We share the government's goal of addressing and reducing online harms. Our position remains clear. YouTube is a video sharing platform with a library of free, high-quality content increasingly viewed on TV screens. It's not social media, and that's what the YouTube spokesperson said. And this is what the communication manager says. Online gaming, messaging apps, and health and education sites will be excluded from the center-left government's minimum age rules, as they pose fewer social media harms to teens under 16 or are regulated under a different law. And the rules are not set. The rules are not a set and forget. They are set and support. That's really kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Let me know what you guys think in the chat, in the comments, if you're watching. I'm sorry that this is really long. This is a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. But, there's a lot of stuff I want to cover. So please, please, please share the stream. Donate to our Cash App, PayPal, and Coffee so we can pay our rent, which is due extremely soon. Those links are in the pin message as well as the description box. We haven't had a donation in a minute, which really stinks. Yeah, I don't need this one. Let's see. So yeah, this is what you're seeing on Reddit. UK users are seeing on Reddit. Is you got to submit photo ID or estimate age from selfie, which is weird. Okay, I think I want to do YouTube and okay, I already talked about this one. I need to talk about Xbox as well. And then I think we could get into the other companies. All right, let's talk about YouTube, because YouTube is insane what's happening. What YouTube is saying is we will use AI to interpret, and this is not limited to the UK, this is in the US as well. a variety of signals that help us to determine whether a user is over or under 18. And these signals include the types of videos a user is searching for. So you can search for porn, and that will verify it. For the categories of videos which they have watched, or the longevity of the account. And when the system identifies a teen user, will automatically apply our age-appropriate experiences and protections, including disabling personalized advertising, turning on digital well-being tools, adding safeguards to recommendations, including limiting repetitive views of some kinds of content. If the system incorrectly estimates a user to be under 18, they will have the option to verify that they are 18 or over, such as using a credit card or a government ID. We will only allow users who have been inferred or verified as over 18 to view age-restricted content that may be inappropriate for younger users. So YouTube age verification starts on August 13th in the U.S. And then this is a full mask off here. As you, this won't be required for all users. We've always had the option of age verification via ID or credit card if someone is incorrectly estimated to be under 18. This update is about using better technology to make these estimations. But I do want to mention this from the IDGA. This is what they said on the censorship that happened, or that's been happening. This is back in June, mind you. The IDGA is calling for greater transparency and fairness in how adult games are moderated in action across major platforms. We are alarmed by the vague enforcement of policies delisting and deplatforming legal, consensual, and ethically developed games, especially from LGBTQ plus and marginalized creators. Developers deserve clear rules, fair warnings, and the right to appeal. To be clear, the IDGA is advocating for reform, developer voice, and platform accountability, not for the defense of harmful material. And the IDGA is gathering anonymized data to assess the real impact of recent content removals, and will use this to inform our advocacy on behalf of affected developers. This is their full statement, like this. Censorship, this is materially harmful to game developers in a number of ways, with implications including loss of income, lack of notice or explanation, misidentification of content, reputational harm, creative suppression, and disproportionate impact on marginalized voices. Let's see. What's this? Okay, so here's the policy recommendations. It's published clear, detailed guidelines that distinguish prohibited content from lawful adult expression, provide timely communication and specific reasons when enforcement actions are taken, offer structured appeals and revision pathways for developers, form advisory panels with legal experts, marginalized creators, and trust and safety professionals, and release regular transparency reports documenting enforcement actions. Let's see. And game platforms should also consider alternatives to overly risk-averse financial partners, including adult industry compliant process. Ooh! So IGDA is giving you alternate financial partners here for payment processors, and that's Veritel and CC Bill. Damn, IGA! IGDA. Damn! They're giving you, they are giving you, I gotta wonder if the Japanese platforms will consider doing Veritel and CC Bill as well. That would be nice. We need more of that. Okay, where are you? Damn it. Covered that. All right, let's take a look at some of these platforms that they're encouraging to use. But before I do that, I want to talk briefly. I do want to talk about this too really badly. But I do want to, because I mainly in the description box I said that we were going to talk about China, and I think that's very important to talk about considering what has happened over the past week. Where are you, China? Oh, I forgot about Xbox too. So for Xbox, it says as the age verification process rolls out across the UK, we'll continue to evaluate how we can keep players around the world safe and learn from the UK process. And we expect to roll out age verification processes to more regions in the future. And there's no one-size-fits-all solution to player safety, so these methods may look different across regions and experiences. And we'll work with local communities, publishing partners, and regulators to determine the right approach with both that both respects player privacy and doesn't take away from the Xbox gameplay experience. We'll continue to communicate the changes. We are we don't need to see this one because I already mentioned that. We are making our practice and the data we collect so we can better protect players on our platform. Now, I should mention this too. I was going to talk about the Sony lawsuit with Tencent, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time for this. Oh, yes. That's right. There is one Karen I have to talk about. Sorry, Savvy, I'm not going to talk about this Karen. Oh yeah, and this person pointed out that the red states that have the porn ban are going after hentai sites. So yeah, there's that. Oh, this. I have time for this. Some of these I really wanted to do, but whatever, it's okay. I really just mainly want to mention, oh yeah, for Demon Slayer, the tickets are going on sale on August 15th. I'll probably save this one for next week. Kakurabachi stuff, I'll save it for next week. Let me save the Toei stuff too, as well. Where is it? Oh yeah, I do want to mention this though, real quick. So, Crunchyroll's launching a monthly theatrical program, Anime Movie Nights, and it's like a once a month thing. Obviously, one day theatrical runs. Guess which one is included in there? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, A Lonely Dragon Wants to Be Loved. It's only one night limited release. Considering how popular Miss Kobayashi is, this is very surprising. Why? Why do, like, I understand some of the other shit, like, Overlord, that does, and the Crunchyroll Secret Sneak Peeks, like those two, I'm like, okay, I can understand doing a one night for them. But Miss Kobayashi should not be a one night limited release. No, it should not. That is fucking stupid. Let's see. So, this organization, Advocates Protecting Children, declared that all women and children will be safer when porn is banned entirely. Fuck off. You don't speak for me. I'll do that one. You already talked about that. They won't only stop at point. They won't stop at porn. They're going to ban OnlyFans, 4chan, and political extremism. Yeah, so what sounds all good to me? You guys are fucking stupid if you believe that's good to you. Nah. Yeah, Karens want to expand their morality police powers too. Unless you see it, you can't believe how bad it is. The peer demanding a minister of porn. Fucking retards. Okay, but this is what I was just going to do Troll Chase, but I guess not. I want to cover this. We have the Karen responsible for this. And her name is Kayla Micklethwait. And they say this. well, Dr. Drew said this. Activist Layla Micklethwait led the biggest online takedown in history, forcing Pornhub to remove 90% of its content. Now she's pushing a new law to mandate adult ID verification. Yeah. Then she says this. These are real comments from Pornhub users. And by the way, she deleted a good chunk of these tweets too. These consumers, encouraged and assisted by Pornhub's algorithm SEO, designed to cater to pedophiles, drove the views, clicks, and downloads that shattered the lives of countless victims. Fuck off, Karen. Uploaders and consumers of illegal content should be held accountable. When it's actual legal content like pedophilia, yeah, I could understand that. Or uploaders and consumers of illegal content should be held accountable, but Pornhub obscured the path to justice by intentionally allowing them to be completely anonymous, hiding behind unverified accounts, VPNs, and even accessing Pornhub through a dark web mirror site the company created. And make no mistakes, anonymity on porn sites creates impunity for abusers and fuels the uploading and consumption of non-consensual and child sexual abuse content. Look, I understand that, like, OnlyFans has like, the child abuse content. I think Pornhub has had it, too. I don't know if they've taken it down or not, but OnlyFans is not. And, yeah, this is fucking wild. It is. She deleted this tweet that when she said, today the UK is a safer place for children, she got ratioed to shit, and she deleted that tweet. I think she deleted this one, too. Yeah, I think she deleted this one. The real comments, yeah. I don't know why I posted that twice. I'm sorry. Lawmakers enacting age verification laws for online porn sites should add provisions to mandate blocking known VPN IPs as Netflix, Hulu do for geo restrictions. This prevents bypassing age checks via unregulated regions, closing a key loophole to strengthen protections for kids. And France's media and digital regulator, ARCOM, estimates that 2.3 million minors visit porn sites in the country each month, about 12% of all users. And the free big porn sites like Pornhub, Xhamster, and Xvideos are aggressively resisting France's new age verification law because it disrupts their exploitative business model that depends on frictionless, unregulated sites visits to attract millions of daily site users. Motherfucker, they straight up said they don't want to collect people's data or private info. Who can watch millions of unverified and unregulated sex videos and images on which they sell millions of advertising impressions to shady advertisers to make money. That's the business model of free big porn and why they oppose age verification. That's not why, but whatever. These people are... This Karen is fucking insane. I agree the credit unions need to get on board, but I don't know if they will. There's this from, we are deeply concerned by the findings in the House Judiciary Committee's interim report led by Chairman Jim Jordan, exposing the EU's misuse of the Digital Services Act as a tool for censorship. The report reveals how the DSA pressures tech companies to alter their global content moderation policies, effectively exporting EU standards to the US and beyond, threatening free speech worldwide. The classification of relatively benign political statements such as "we need to take back our country" as illegal hate speech raises serious questions about the extent of its application. And the DSA's hand targets humor, satire, and personal opinions on issues concerning immigration and the environment, which we have seen. I don't know about the satire and humor. I don't think we've really seen that, but we definitely have seen the immigration stuff. Let's see. Immigration and the environment. The apparent one-sided enforcement of the DSA involves third-party parties like trusted flaggers and fact-checkers with conflicts of interest and likely political biases, which can stifle discourse, democratic debate, and the exchange of diverse ideas across the globe. At Twitter, we are committed to safeguarding free expression. That's a load of bullshit. And resisting regulatory overreach that imposes censorship on platforms and our users. They were willing to comply with the comply with Brazil and shit, but hold on a second. Yeah, I mentioned, before I get the... as I mentioned, like the red states with age verification laws are targeting eroge. It's not going to stop. It's more than just porn. It really is. But this is what I was looking for. Was what China was doing. This is the BL crackdown that happened recently. So police authorities in Lanzhou, Gansu province, China, have begun a nationwide crackdown on Chinese authors who have been posting boys' love stories, aka yaoi, depicting romance between men on novel posting websites this year. And some of the authors have been detained on suspicion of producing, selling, and disseminating obscure material. Hong Kong newspaper Mingpao reported on the 14th. So in China, despite the strict censorship imposed by the authorities, BL works are booming, especially among young women. That doesn't surprise me. In January, the Xi Jinping leadership held a working conference to eradicate pornographic and illegal publications and call for a thorough crackdown, focusing on issues that have a strong public reaction. And some believe that the recent crackdown is due to a sense of crisis over the faltering social values, including the emergence of young people who do not want to get married or have children. And the targets of the crackdown were writers who had posted BL works. It wasn't a Chinese website, it was a Taiwanese website for adult women, Haitang Literature City. And it said that over 200 people were summoned by the police. Most of them are female university students. That does not surprise me at all. But there are also a small number of readers. Even the most profitable people are said... have said to have made only a few thousand won, or about 20 yen, from posting. This is insane. This is what this UK law is heading towards, is shit like this. Let's see where we at viewer-wise. 7. Come on, let's get the views up. Let's go, because I got more stuff here. So this is the Pornhub notification for UK users. We're seeing this a lot. Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know why I have these here. Yeah, Steam emboldened these Karens. They did. This goes as far back as 2009. So, screw that one. I'm going to mention the one from 2009. So back in 2009, a game called Rapeplay, which allowed users to simulate the rape of a mother and her 2 daughters, was banned. I call bullshit on this. It couldn't be a single complaint by Collective Shout Karen. Founder Melinda Tankard Rice. In our work against the sexual exploitation of women and girls, we highlight the connections between the sexualization and objectification of women and girls. Oh my god. There we go. And real life violence against them. Stop doing that. We cannot address an epidemic of men's violence against women and simultaneously treat violence against women as a source of entertainment. These Karens are fucking stupid. Oh my god. I was going to talk about those, but I don't think so. Yep, the fucking Airbag is against the Collective Shout Karens. Same with Anita Sarkeesian and Anthony Gramella too, which I think is insane. But here's what's going on. They know what's going on at Twitch. As someone said, why ain't you doing anything about Twitch? It was originally a gaming site. Now it's a place for softcore porn for minors. Thanks for the tip. We'll add it to the list. So yeah, that's going to be fun watching these Karens go after Twitch. They are part of the Pan Porn campaign. Oh my god, Pan Porn on Twitter campaign too. These Karens are, because they're claiming, according to the Children's Commissioner for England, Twitter is the platform where young people are most likely to encounter pornography, and 41% of the of kids who've seen porn online saw it on Twitter. Then there's this. These fucking Karens don't believe that adults can consent. They're saying myth, what consenting adults do is up to them. That's not a myth, you fucking retard. Wait, what was this? Oh yeah, I don't need that shit. Oh, fucking A. Oh, something I did cover last week is that, I just remembered this because of this right here, is that, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Infinity Castle Part 1, Akasa's Return was leaked. And I have full access to it, by the way. But, similar to what we've seen with other, situations, like with, Demon Slayer and, Jujutsu Kaisen, Aniplex put out a legal disclaimer that we would like to, you know, however, we recently became aware of unauthorized recordings, uploads, and online distribution of the film. These activities constitute a serious violation of copyright law and other applicable laws, and we will pursue strict legal action, including civil and criminal measures, against such acts, against such activities such as piracy and illegal uploads. Even those posting anonymously can be identified and will be held liable. Yeah, you think the overseas people are gonna be safe? No, you ain't safe from Aniplex. Hi, kitty. Guess we're not gonna cover that either. Let's get into the face tech stuff here. So this is one of the things that technology that some of these companies are using. Let's see. Let's see what we got here for this team here. Man, that's not what I wanted. So basically what this is it uses... Yeah, it's, dude, it's saying you could use your 3D face to unlock anything from a car door to a bank account. That is fucking batshit nuts. Can a simple selfie really provide security? No, because 2D photos are of most people are available all over the internet. But FaceTech isn't just a selfie; it's a real-time 3D face scan that collects time-stamped, reusable liveness data and creates a 3D map, which is not publicly available online. I call bullshit. FaceTech says software isn't fooled by photos, masks, or deepfakes, and ensures that the user is actually physically present. That's going to be interesting to see if this actually works. It actually works at all. Okay, let's see how this works. So as the camera's view of 3D user changes, it observes perspective distortion in the face or in the video, and FaceTech's AI processes the 100 plus frames over 2 to 3 seconds, and then interpolates that data into a 3D face map from any 0.3 MP plus 2D camera. All right, let's see. They cover it. So attack vectors include 2D paper, photos, and digital images, high resolution videos, paper masks with eyes and mouth cutouts, Hollywood masks, wax figures, and lifelike dolls. Yeah, they're trying to get you, man. Anita learned the hard way. Yeah, she did. She learned the hard way. God, the views are not high enough. And also, I need more donations so I could pay my rent. Because I'm like, and also I think I've sobered up too. Right, Kitty? Kitty, do you want to help? He's just looking at me funny now. Jesus Christ, cat. Let's see if there's anything else here. Nah, this is, we don't need this one no more. We got the gist of you, FaceTech. What's this one? Yeah. So persona is the one that I just recently found out. So basically they're saying we're humanizing online identity by helping companies verify that their users are who they say they are. Okay, so this is their values. They're saying people first. We will not make decisions that are good for the business but are good, not good for people. Whether those people are customers or their customers or a team. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. This is important. So here's the verifications. So government ID, document AI, selfie liveness, selfie recognition, database checks, phone and email, mobile's driver's license, and NFC. Well, I didn't see these databases checks, what they mean by this. Oh, they collect contact information? That's insane. Okay, I'm going to do this one and then we'll go to Yodi. Or no. I'm sorry, this is, I think this is Encos. Okay, we're going to save Encos for next week, I think. We're going to definitely, like, go over some of this stuff next week. Because this is just so goddamn much. We already went over you. And then, we'll go over you next week, too. Let's go over Yodi. Real quick. So what Yodi does is they do identity verification, age checks, digital ID, facial age estimation, e-signatures, and whatnot, and so forth. But the age checks I thought was very bizarre. Oh, also you get to see, there's Instagram, Facebook, Spotify uses them, as we saw. So basically, Yodi's age verification service gives users the tools to prove their age using methods such as a selfie, mobile number, or digital ID. Dude, so they're saying you could just use a mobile number? Oh my god. Designed, no, it's a digital ID. Fuck you, digital ID. Designed to only share the result of the age check with a business, it's a simple, secure, and private way to deliver age-appropriate products and services without collecting users' data. Offer your customers over 10 ways to prove their age. We use a combination of proprietary technology, liveness detection, anti-spoofing measures. Dude, those anti-spoofing measures didn't work on Discord. And document authenticity checks so you can offer highly effective age assurance to your customers. This is what they're using here. There's facial age. There's digital wallet, ID wallet. Then there's... This is what I thought was, obviously, there's identity document, Yodi keys, credit card. Wait, what is Yodi keys? Oh, it's an on-device method of age verification. Okay. There's credit card, there's mobile, electronic ID, and then there's social security number. These mofos are using your social security number. You know, it was annoying for me when I do deliveries. They always do face checks almost every time because they know I'm making money. That sucks. Then there's the email age estimation. If you have a verified email address for a user, you can ask us to check whether it is likely to be associated with someone age 18 plus based on usage. We check the email address as source, whether it is linked to an employer, and any financial transactions tied to it, such as mortgages, credit cards, educational history, or consumer behavior. So there's user onboarding, parental consent. It's crazy. So there's ECO, Children's Code, Ofcom's. Yeah, see, Ofcom uses them. UK Online Safety Act and EU Digital Services Act. So I'm very curious what you guys think of this. I'm really disheartened that I haven't gotten more donations, and I'm like very scared that I'm not going to be able to pay my rent and that we will be homeless. Kitty, it's not looking good for us, man. Zeno, it's not looking good for us, cat. The humans don't like you, kitty. Hey, get out of there. What are you doing, cat? Jesus Christ, I've been going for almost 5 hours. Oh my god. Kitty, I need your help. Yes, I need your help. Are you not going to come help and do kitty dance? Guess not. Kitty's not helping. Oh, God. I mean, I'm going to say this. I'm happy. My stream has gotten more views recently, or at least today, compared to where we were at last week or maybe even a couple weeks ago. But man, like, I'm not going to lie. It still does feel like my stream is bombing considering the topics we are talking about, which really sucks. Because I've spent a lot of time prepping for this. You have no idea. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to cover this one. Since I did bring this up, I will mention this. So Yusuke Murata, the mangaka of One Punch Man, he did endorse season 3. But the problem is that, well, yeah, we still have no production team for season 3 of One Punch Man. That series is fucked, man. It is. Oh, I gotta mention this too. With the carrots. Oh, fast. Ugh. Okay. So these Karens don't believe, like, these Karens are fucking insane. In terms of you don't like it, don't watch it, they said, the normalization of violent, degrading pornography affects society as a whole. We can't just opt out of a culture that perpetuates sexual exploitation any more than we can opt out of pollution in the air. This affects all of us. Karen, we don't give a shit about what you think. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Hi, kitty. Hi. See, here's the kitty. Here's kitty for kitty cast. You guys like the kitty, right? Do they like the kitty? Do the humans like the kitty? Oh, oh. See, he thinks you humans like him. He's a cool bubba. He's a cool little bubba. Look how cool he is. He's a little bubba. You're a bubba, right? Yeah, he's a bubba cuties. Here's your bubba kitty. We might be homeless this month. It's not looking good for us, cat. The humans, you think the humans love you, but they don't. Yeah, he's a cool kitty. He's a cool boy. He's my baby kitty. He's my baby kitty. Oh, look at the kitty. Oh, you have a Russian blue too? Yeah, Zeno is a Russian blue kitty. He's my baby. I love my baby kitty so much. And also he is the snuggliest kitty ever. He is so snuggly. You a snuggly boy, right? You a snuggly boy, right? Yeah, he's a smart snuggly boy. Yeah, hi kitties. Did I get nuzzles? Yeah, that's a good kitty. My Bubba is a good kitty. He's a very sweet and attention whore kitty. Yeah, he's not happy with me. Kitty, I'm trying to make money so we're not on the street, kitty cat. Oh, God. Kitties, what are you doing, Bubba? He's a good Bubba. Do you guys want more of the kitty? Hi, kitty. Look at the snuggle boy. He's a snuggle boy. Donate for more kitty content. Do it. You love the kitty, donate. I'll give you a kitty stretch though. Kitty stretch. Stretchy the kitties. He's a Bubba. You're a Bubba kitty, right? Yeah. He's the best kitty. So, oh yeah, that's right. This is part of their porn campaign. That's what it was. They said the artistic... Okay, this is so fucking wild. Alright, so this is what they say here. Because nothing said in terms of artistic expression when it comes to porn. Because nothing says high art like violent, degrading sex acts commodified for mass consumption. Motherfucker, what are action movies then? There's 20 years of... Fuck you and your research. Empirical research and 135 studies across 109 publications showing that sexually objectifying media reinforces sexist beliefs. You're reinforcing sexist beliefs, Karen! Well, you're reinforcing Karen beliefs. Increases body dissatisfaction, which is a load of bullshit. I could say that as a woman. Leads both women and men to have a diminished view of women's competence. You're doing that, Karen! Morality and humanity and desensitizes viewers to sexual violence. Calling it art doesn't change the damage it does. It's still art, you dumb bitch! Talk about this no more. I'm so just like so over this. Over talk about some of this shit. Okay. The reality is that platforms like Twitter are sending the message that women exist as objects for male kids. No, it's not, you dumb whore. And that violence against women is titillating, and that children's exposure to explicit material is an unavoidable consequence of free expression. Yes, it is. There's free expression, freedom of speech. It comes with freedom of consequence. Fucking dumbass whore. This not only puts young users at risk, it's called being a parent, Karen, but also contributes to a culture where exploitation is normalized and protected under the guise of digital freedom. That's because it is digital freedom, dumbass Karen. What you're doing, Karens, what collectors shout terrorist Karens, is you committed economic terrorism. Because you forced your fucking political beliefs down these payment processors' throats. Elon Musk has a choice. He could continue to allow Twitter to be a cesspool of sexual exploitation, or he can take real action and ban pornography altogether. Why don't you just leave Twitter if Twitter bothers you so much, Karens? I won't talk about Katakawa. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do this. But before I do that, I think we'll probably end with the UK response. Is there anything from here? Oh god. Alright. So the head collective shout Karen is going on with her. She was recently appointed to the Stakeholder Advisory Board for the government's age assurance and technology trial before the under 16 social media ban comes into effect in Australia in December. This Karen has too much power. This is what she said here as well. It's likely many games will be restored to the platform after itch.io's review, which we are seeing that. Payment processors have a right to determine what services they will provide according to their corporate social responsibility, mission, and values. Motherfucker, you are a terrorist! And the internet, it says here, the internet has no borders. Fuck off, Karen. Women and girls everywhere are impacted by male violence against women and misogyny in general, which we believed these games perpetrated. But they didn't, Karen! And Collective Shout could not afford to wait to see if the codes and age verification would be effective. Like, dude, these bitches want to control your life. Fuck off, Karen. Man, the money struggle is real. So, as of July 28th, the UK Online Safety Act bill had petition had close to 400,000 signatures. And what the government said here, and you need 100,000 signatures, but this is what the government said. Oh god, this is so fucking long. I forgot how long this was. I would like to thank all those who signed the petition. It is right that the regulatory regime for in-scope online services take a proportionate approach, balancing the protection of users from online harm with the ability of low-risk services to operate effectively and provide benefits to users. The government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act and is working closely with Ofcom to implement the act as quickly as effectively as possible to enable UK users to benefit from its protections. How are you going to implement like 250 pages of batshit insanity? Proportionality is a core principle of the Act and I didn't see that, and is built into its duties. As a regulator for the online safety regime, Ofcom must consider the size and risk level of different types and kinds of services when recommending steps providers can take to comply with requirements. And duties in the Communication Act 2003 require Ofcom to act with proportionality and target action only when it is needed, or where it is needed. And some duties apply to all user-to-user and search services in scope of the Act. This includes risk assessments, including determining if children are likely to access the service, and if so, assessing the risk of harms to children. While many services carry low risks of harm, the risk assessment duties are key to ensuring that risky services of all sizes do not slip through the net of regulation. For example, the government is very concerned about small platforms that host harmful content, such as forums dedicated to encouraging suicide or self-harm. Exempting small services from the Act would mean that the bill said they would! So now you're fucking lying! Like these forums would not be subject to the Act's enforcement powers. Even forums that might seem harmless carry potential risks, such as where adults come into contact with child users. You might as well just ban all social media, including Discord. Once providers have carried out their duties to conduct risk assessments, they must protect the users of their service from the identified risks of harm. Ofcom's illegal content codes of practice set out recommended measures to help providers comply with these obligations, measures that are tailored in relation to both size and risk. If a provider's risk assessment accurately determines that the risks faced by users are low across all harms, Ofcom's codes specify that they only need some basic measures, including easy to understandable terms. But motherfucker, the law is not understandable! It's 250 pages of, like, bullshit! A compliance tool that allows users to report illegal material when they see it, backed up by a process to deal with those compliance, and the ability to review content and take it down if it is illegal or breaches their term of service. A specific individual responsible for compliance who OCOM can contact if needed. Where a children's access assessment indicates a platform is likely to be accessed by children, a subsequent risk assessment must be conducted to identify measures of mitigating risks, like the codes of practice on illegal content. And Ofcom's recently issued child safety codes also tailor recommendations based on risk level. For example, highly effective age assurance is recommended for services likely accessed by children that do not already prohibit and remove harmful content, such as pornography and suicide promotion. And providers of services likely to be accessed by UK children were required to complete their assessment, which Ofcom may request by July 24th. On July 8th, Ofcom's CEO wrote to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation, and Technology, noting Ofcom's responsibility for regulating a wide range of highly diverse services, including those run by businesses, but also charities, community and voluntary groups, individuals, and many services that have not been regulated before. And the letter notes that the Act's aim is not to penalize "you're full of shit" small, low-risk services trying to comply in good faith. You are going after Kiwi Farms, 4chan, and what was the other one? And Rumble. Those are small businesses, Ofcom. Let's see. Only taking action where it is proportionate and appropriate, and proportionate and appropriate. and will focus on cases where the risk and impact of harm is highest. And Ofcom has developed an extensive program of work designed to support a smoother journey to compliance, particularly... They said that smaller firms didn't have to comply! Like, what the fuck is this? This is such bullshit! This is a word salad bar. This has been underpinned by interviews, workshops, and research with the diverse range of online services to ensure that the tools meet the needs of different types of services. Ofcom's letters notes its guide for services, guidance, and tools hub, and its participation in events run by other organizations and networks, including those for people running small services, as well as its commitment to review and improve materials and tools to help support services to create a safer life online. And the government will continue to work with Ofcom towards the full implementation of the Online Safety Act 2023, including monitoring and proportionate implementation. Dude, this is a huge word salad. A lot of feminists are learning the hard way, which we know more women will ditch feminism. Dude, here's the thing with feminism, okay? First and second wave feminism aren't the problem. This is fourth wave feminism, and not just that. With these feminists, they are Catholic feminists. So, it's another level of crazy. Let's see. This is what I mean by hell freezing over. Let's look at Anita. Someone said this. Someone give this brilliant book to the puritanical angry moms who bully payment processors into all but banning porn games. Ironically, the same game she was protesting. The reason we even have online payment processors is because of sex. Of course, it's because of sex work. It was invented to pay for porn. I don't know if I believe that, but... I mean, it's like the Avenue Q song, "The Internet is for Porn." I really hope someone starts a which they have, a counter campaign to fight against, to fight this regressive puritanical nonsense, which it really is. There are way, way, way more people who want to buy and support sex work and sexual materials, or at the very least, don't think it should be banned. Hell has frozen over, hasn't it? Yep. And this is the guy, Anthony Gramuglia. Gramuglia. Oh my god, I can't talk. Is against them too. So I find it very validating that everyone from the left wing culture warriors to the right wing grifters agree that the collective shout is wrong. Of course, he has to fucking insult people. Oh god, this is so wild. No, I'm not going to cover that. Not either. So we found out that Katrina is, of course, botching. That was the consensus for this. But this I want to talk about at least. Is that Anime NYC initially rejected... Katrina's linguistics and theory of translation anime panel for Scanlation panel. Like, what the fuck? That was that was fast as hell. But they caved. They bent the fucking knee to these asshole localizers. It says here, I know you turned down my panel and a few of my lettering colleagues' panels too. Maybe you should have these kinds of panels. Panel run by actual experts doing it professionally, illegally. Motherfucker, you were doing it illegally too! And not by fans doing piracy, just a thought. Bitch, you got your start doing this shit! What are you talking about? If you'd like me to speak to your attendees, company, or students about translating and localizing anime, manga, and video games, I am very available both virtually and in person, and will do so for free for schools and classes. Fuck off, Katrina. After multiple professionals reached out to Anime NYC, we got an official response from the convention. The panel has been removed. Fuck you, Katrina. This is so stupid. Like, we want to make sure that the panel or its subject matter does not harm or undermine the work of professional translators and censors or promotes unethical and potentially illegal practices. Fucking assholes. Like, Anime NYC, you had the potential to be based, and you failed. Let's see. Alright. I'm seeing we're getting more views up in here, so I guess I'm keeping going. Speaking of, because I asked my Japanese Twitter followers if she was botching or translating. So let's take a look here. For the first one here, which is this one, "You asshole and freedom, here I come." It's supposed to be "no way" or "don't tell me," no context why it'd be translated to "you asshole." And now I can escape saying "freedom, here I come" just to be quirky. Fuck that. Another one said, "could it be," or "I'll run with this." But then there's this one. This one, like, when I looked these up, it totally said that she was botching. And it's supposed to be, "Is it okay? Scary? Just kidding. Is it naturally?" But would they know what type of request to complete with me without me asking? See, she's a botching. She's a botching. I don't think I got confirmation on these. No. But yeah, Katrina is botching, and she's publicly botching on Blue Sky. Is anyone going to do anything about it? Probably not. At least I'm making people aware of it. Oh, so here's where Yodi is the age verification company of choice for. It's for Spotify, Instagram, Epic Games. Well, Epic Games, we saw the KWS too, but it said on their website, Epic Games, Microsoft, Stripe, Facebook/Meta, and OnlyFans. These mofos are being used for OnlyFans. Oh my god. Oh, I should mention this. So back in January, Trump signed an executive order. This is when he first got inaugurated, on January 20th. Trump signed an executive order stating, which ordered that no federal officer, employee, or agent may unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. So interesting how in the red states that this is happening with the with the age verification stuff. Like, that kind of goes against Trump's executive order. Let's see. And also, Trump isn't fucking around either. Because he says, accordingly, we have taken decisive action against foreign actors who have engaged in extraterritorial censorship affecting our companies and fellow citizens. We will continue to monitor developments in the UK with great interest and concern. Reason why he did this, more than likely, is because they were coming after Truth Social, which is Trump's platform. But, like, Truth Social, again, doesn't market to the UK. So it's very sus why they're doing what's going on with this. So apparently the NCOS Karens were responsible, they bragged about this too, responsible for the game Honey Pop's demise. And they said to Victory, Steam to remove sexually explicit and sexually violent video games from platform, #MeTooSolutions. No more sexual assault training for 35 million minors using their site. These people are fucking insane. Oh yeah, and Marvel Rivals China is now because it's CCP. Marvel Rivals has announced they will record all in-game voice chat in an effect to catch more toxic behavior. So it's just China doing China things. But this, of course, I gotta mention this. So, Ron Coleman and Preston Byron. By the way, Ron Coleman said shit about gamers. I posted about it like when it happened. He is against a lot of this shit. He's just doing it for the paycheck. I think he is pro poor man too, or like he doesn't give. Yeah, he straight up said he doesn't give a shit about video games. Ron Coleman and I will be suing Ofcom in federal court to protect all Americans from UK censorship. Again, this is for the paycheck. It is. If you run a tech company affected by the Online Safety Act and want to help us stop censoring at the waterline, have your lawyers ping me on LinkedIn. We'll fight this together. These people are being fucking stupid. Let's see. Whoa, he leaked the Ofcom docs to Politico? So that if the UK went after any other American ever again, his lawyer will be able to walk into any court in our land and say, the UK is threatening my client with jail if he doesn't censor himself. Dude! I'm telling you, the lawyers are doing and obviously the lawyers do probably care about free speech because it'll affect them, but I think they're more so doing it for the paycheck. In all honesty, because they're protecting big tech, and big tech has big money. And like when I saw Ron Coleman there, I'm just like, dude, I saw Ron Coleman hates fucking video games, especially not safe for work video games. So yeah, this is all about money. It is. That's what this is. It is all about money. You guys are putting the pressure on Visa for sure, because Visa is calling people a rapist. Yeah. Try to see. But I'm very curious what you guys think of this whole situation with the UK, UK law, and what you guys think of. Like, we saw this law. It is, and as Chris said, it is 250 pages of batshit insanity. It really is. It's nonsensical legalese and shit. Wait. Oh my god, I've been doing this for 5 hours and I'm starting to black out. It's not from being blackout drunk. It's blackout exhaustion and anxiety and all that. So, God, I hope I'm still around to do a stream next week. But man, I'm not happy that my stream kind of bombed. Not as bad as like last week, but still. Again, considering the topic we're talking about. Because what happens when I see this kind of situation, I see these numbers, I'm just like, why the fuck am I doing this? I'm spending all this time prepping and it's getting me nowhere. So, I blame YouTube's algorithm for this. I'm not going to lie. But let me know your thoughts in the comment section below, as well as the chat, what you guys think of the situation. Also, of course, like, comment, share, and subscribe to Nerd Against Zing. And if you guys are loving what we're doing here and want to help keep this operation alive and kicking so we can keep bringing you more live streams, donate to our Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Patreon, purchase something off our Amazon wishlist, all that's in the description box below. Also, make sure you follow us on Twitter, Twitch, Discord, friend us on PlayStation Network. That's in the description box below as well. Until next time, I'm going to be probably crying myself to sleep because I really am concerned that